M Star Media, welcome. Aaron, welcome. Monica M, welcome. So right now they're currently in the process of setting up, and I'm adding all the information to other individuals that are gonna be on today. Today's gonna be definitely a busy day. I wouldn't be surprised if they're gonna be running till like about either 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock today. There is 6 pages of names on here, so it's definitely gonna be a long day today. But I will be sleeping because I just went to sleep. Anyways, let me see. Hey, Kelsley, hey, thank you, and thank everybody. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm gonna go ahead and set up the other stream for Maricopa County right now. So I'm out.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation here for Tommy DOUANGMALA. Mr. DOUANGMALA, your offender number is 202350. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. There on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers. We don't have a representative from what I can see from AP&P. If they join us, we'll swear them in at that point in time and take testimony from them. Mr. DOUANGMALA, the information you give me today is testimony, so I have to put you under oath. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Mr. DOUANGMALA, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. All right, Ms. Conyers, looks like we have 2 allegations against Mr. DOUANGMALA. How are we handling those today?
Yes, thank you. He will be admitting to both those allegations.
Okay. Mr. DOUANGMALA, before I accept your admissions, I need to make sure you understand that you do have the right to require AP&P to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing would look like a trial where AP&P has to put on evidence to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the way that they've alleged. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you, and through that attorney, you'd be able to defend yourself by cross-examining AP&P's witnesses, as well as calling any of your own witnesses and/or producing any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that by entering these admissions today, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Accepting admissions is knowingly voluntarily entered will revoke your prior parole date. So I'm going to take a moment to talk to your attorney. If anybody from AP&P joins us, we'll talk to them. Then, Mr. DOUANGMALA, the rest of the hearing will be you and me having a conversation, okay?
Sir.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any additional information and/or recommendation?
Yes, thank you. More in the line of recommendations. He has been working with Director Lisa at the Home Inn. His mom and he have been working with the Home Inn so that he can get a place, so that he can stay with them. And then afterwards, he's been also working on longer term housing with the church. They're helping him. The Mormon church is helping him to see if he can get an apartment. He is pretty adamant that he doesn't want to go to the CCC stabilization program, as he believes he has the resources already for housing, short-term through Home Inn and then longer term through the church and through resources his mother has. So that's mainly what he's asking for at this time, is to just take advantage of the resources he already has. One thing that we discussed that he had a question about was his early termination date versus his final expiration date, as the early date is later than the final expiration date. So he was just wondering about that. So I just thought I'd bring it to everyone's attention in case there's an obvious answer to that. That's all I have for now, though.
All right, thank you. I don't know the answer to that early termination. I don't know how that's calculated. What I can say is, obviously, the longest you could be under board jurisdiction, barring any new convictions, would be June 15th of 2026. I believe that the early termination revolves around good behavior and being compliant on parole, things like that. So I don't know all the ins and outs of early termination, but given the fact that we're back on after having 2 attempts and we're back in prison, I don't know that the early termination, given how short a time we have, relatively short time we have before your expiration date, I don't know that an early termination date applies at this point in time. So I think the idea, I think it's the idea of being out on parole, serving parole well for about 18 months would be the early termination. I think that calculates out to that September 2026 date would be about 18 months from now. So I think it has something to do with that, but I'm not entirely certain. Regardless, the longest you'll be under board jurisdiction, again, barring any new convictions, would be that June 15th of 2026. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, tell me, you're looking back at your history, it looks like we're kind of engaging in the same behavior as we have previous time we were on parole. There's some pornography use.
Yeah.
And pornography use is obviously the big issue. There's the two allegations of pornography use, the lack of giving money over to the facility, but then there's also the underlying argumentative aspect or nature of with staff. So let's talk about those three things.
Right. So I admit that I have been argumentative with them. This time I mean the last time I seen you guys in Ogden, I made the commitment to actually make those changes, and I got to Bonneville in the means to actually utilize my support when I first got out, because I like I explained to Connor or Kay, I had everything lined up when I first got out in September. So that's what all this built up to. And so my intentions to argue with them wasn't to go down that path, but I was trying to express my feelings and how I felt about the situation, because I felt like I was getting the bad end of the deal. So every time I would reach out to my mother and ask for that support and say, hey, look, what am I supposed to do with this? How can I try to get this fixed? Because they want money from me, but I'm sending all my money out to my mom because I owe child support, so they can't garnish most of my money if it's on my books. Because if I'm at the halfway house, it's under the same jurisdictions as if I'm in prison. They'll take money off my books if it's there. And so that's how the whole argument started in the first place of that. And as far as the phone goes, it was the same issue as I was dealing with Ogden, with the same females that I've so stayed in touch with that got me in trouble again this time, because obviously I couldn't say no to the chick that I'm in the relationship with now today. But now that I've been back this time, I've actually had to have my mom call and actually cut it off this time because I can't afford to keep coming back. So I made the efforts to do that. But as far as everything else, it seems like I just put myself right back in the situation. I have recognized that being there, like I explained to Kate, is being under the CCC stabilization program. It's been a struggle for me. And that's where all of this has fallen in tie with that, is I can't do that CCC program because I have to save $2,000. But by the time I try to apply $2,000 to a place to live and pay my phone bill, get hygiene for the halfway house, and try to get myself situated, I'm practically left with nothing to survive with when I walk out the door. So it's just been, so this is the things that I've been trying to argue with them about and trying to get them to see the bigger picture of, hey, this is what I'm struggling with. What can I try to do with this? And I'm seeming to get nowhere with that. I'm not getting any answers as the help that I should be getting for that. So reaching out to the church this time and asking them, it seems like they're more willing to help me and reach out to that. And my mom's willing to go past her needs just to make sure that I'm successful if that's what it takes. So my actions for that, I mean, I'm admitting that I was in the wrong for doing the same behavior and contacting the same people that I was talking to the first time that got me back. And I admit that, you know, I was in the wrong for that. And I'm not going to deny that to AP&P or my agent either, because I was in the wrong for it.
So let me just clarify a little bit. So as to the money situation, you are not putting money on your books because if it goes on your books, then it gets garnished for child support.
Yes, I've had my mom
So So you're sending money to your mom so that it wouldn't get taken for child support.
Yeah, so all of it wouldn't get taken because they take $1,000 from me every time I get paid. Then anything that's left over for the next month, they can come in and garnish that. It's the same thing if I have money put on my books right now while I'm here, they'll take that. Even if it's gift money, they'll take it. So I'm left with like $30-something of the month out of that. So it's been a struggle trying to survive. Even being here, I'm still struggling trying to survive with the very little money that I do got.
So you weren't putting money on your books in the halfway house so that you could avoid paying child support?
No. I paid my child support. I just can't lose the rest of that money in order to survive when I walk out, because I have to have something to fall back on, just so that way I can start saving some money to show that I'm saving a little bit of that so I can get out of the halfway house. But they're assuming that I got to pay $6 a day. But I'm like, well, if I leave money on my books or anything left over for the next month, by the time it's come to take that money, they'll take that. And then I'm just like, well, and then I got hardly anything left over on my books.
Okay. So I'm still, so every month you pay a certain amount of child support.
Right.
And that amount you're telling me that you pay that every month?
It gets taken out of my checks every time I'm working, yes.
Okay.
And so by the time I pay my phone bill and by the time I get hygiene set up, I'm left with hardly anything. So by the time they want me to get out of the halfway house, because they asked me, why am I still here out of the 3 months? I said, I don't know. I said, I don't even have the money to even walk out the door, let alone even try to deal with all this. And I've been trying to deal with that with the ORS, but it's not going to do me no good anyway.
So let me jump in real quick. So the bottom line is that you feel like you can't pay your child support and put money on your books to put you in a position where you can then get out of the halfway house.
Right. I'm struggling with it.
Okay. So the solution to that this time would be not to go to the halfway house, go to the home inn temporarily, and then your church is helping you get to a point where you can get into an apartment of your own.
Right. They got it to where I can actually have my rent paid up for 2 months. And that gives me to the point to try to get something better coming in.
Okay. So that's a resolution to that issue if the board's willing to let you go to the home inn. And I'm not saying that they're not. I'm just saying that that's a necessary element that has to be in place before this plan works. So then talk to me about these pornographic conversations you're having. So these are the same women. There are multiple women that you were talking to last time that you were again talking to this time?
Right.
And so this resolution there is you've had your mom talk to them and cut them off. So they're no longer, so when you get, if you were to grant, if the board grants you parole, you won't be in those same relationships.
I don't have letters coming in from them, phone calls coming in from them anymore. I haven't even bothered even calling them since I've been here. I've practically just been trying to focus on my daughter at this point and trying to get my life back together. Like I told Kate, I said, this is the third time has to be the charm for me. I have to get it right. If not, I guess I'm stuck here for a year, and that's going to be, I mean, that's not something that I really want, but
right. I mean, that's 16 months, right?
Yeah, and I've had to make those sacrifices in my life. And at this point, it's like I mentioned to my mother last week, I have to make some sort of decisions in my life. And those are the hardest decisions that I have to make, is cut these people off that aren't healthy for me in my life, because obviously it's brought me back again this time. And it's the same thing that's getting me in trouble. And where are they when I need them in the long run? They're not here right now, putting money on my books. They're not supporting me. So that's kind of the decision that I've had to make at this point. And it's probably the best decision that I could make.
Okay. What type of work do you do when you're out?
When I got out this time, I reached out to an old employer and I got hired on at LaBus. I was working at LaBus. I made $16 an hour doing them, working from 10 to 8 in the morning.
Okay. And is that another possibility, you going back to work with them?
So far it is. I have, but they're trying to wait to see when I get out to see if there's an opening spot for that. If not, I've talked to a couple of people that work at the airport and the assault palace that they said they could try to get me on so I can immediately start working.
Okay. And then what about continued therapy? What's going on there?
So I was in therapy with Arrow Point. I was paying $150 a month for that. That's another issue that I didn't get addressed. That's another thing that I had to pay for is on top of that. But due to Alpha Counseling, I don't have to pay for Alpha Counseling. So I'm going to try to see if I can get enrolled with Alpha Counseling where it covers for my insurance and everything else.
Okay. Any mental health issues, struggles that you're having, diagnoses, medications, anything along those lines?
No, sir.
And then are there any physical health issues that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
No, sir.
All right, you've answered all of my questions. Is there anything that we haven't discussed today that you wanted to bring up or anything else you want to say on your behalf?
I mean, it just, I like to say that, I just like to apologize for, you know what I mean? Because it's like this will be my third parole. And I mean, like you said, I got to get this right. I mean, it sooner or later, I'm going to have to grasp the hint that, hey, this is real life. This is serious. I gotta get my life back together sooner or later. But apologizing is kind of, I mean, I got no words for my actions. I mean, I screwed up, and I know I made the intentions the last time to say that I would try to do better. And I mean, granted, I got a job, I got therapy, but I should have done more than just that. And that's where I'm lacking in that.
Okay. All right, well, we'll proceed as we have in the past. I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make their decision, send you that letter in the mail, and they'll also post it online. Okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Hopefully this is the last time, right?
Yeah, I'm hoping, and like I said, I'd like to apologize for you guys taking the time out for dealing with this, even for me, you know, because be honest, this is not a life for anybody.
Right.
This is really not a life for anybody to dealing with this, and it doesn't make you a man. Let's just be honest.
Right. Okay.
But I appreciate you guys seeing me.
All right. Yep, of course. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, Kate.
All right. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Haley Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell, your offender number is 206502. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. There on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Allen from AP&P. Ms. Mitchell, Agent Allen, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
I do.
Great, thank you. Ms. Mitchell, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
I did.
All right, very good. Ms. Conyers, we have 2 allegations. How are we handling those today?
Sounds like there's a stipulated motion to strike number 1, and then number 2, she'll admit no, she'll say no contest, pardon me.
All right, Agent Allen, that's your that we do have a stipulated motion to dismiss allegation 1.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. And Kate, or sorry, Ms. Conyers, just for the record, we're entering a denial to that one and moving to dismiss, right?
Yes, and then a no contest on number 2.
All right. All right, Ms. Mitchell, before I accept your no contest plea, I need to make sure you understand that the consequences of a no contest plea are the same as those of an admission. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
All right, and then you also have the right to require AP&P to prove this allegation at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing would look like a trial where AP&P would have to put on evidence by calling witnesses and producing exhibits to demonstrate that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the way that they've alleged. You'd be able to defend yourself through an attorney that would be appointed to you at no cost to you. You'd be able to cross-examine AP&P's witnesses as well as to call any of your own and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent with respect to any allegations of criminal conduct, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Do you understand these rights?
I do.
And do you understand that by entering this no contest plea, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
I do.
All right, very good. I will note the denial, accept the denial and the no contest plea, recommend dismissing allegation 1 based off the stipulated motion. And from the no contest plea, we will we will revoke your prior parole dates. Ms. Conyers, any recommendation and or additional information?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Mitchell has been in custody now for about approximately 40 months, 4 months, pardon me, not 40, 4 months. This was her second parole, so we are asking for an immediate release. She does have a bed waiting for her at Pivot Point, the sober living facility. While transitioning and stabilizing there, she plans to do VOC rehab. And when she can, as soon as she can, she plans to do school at Davis, classes at Davis Tech to finish her cybersecurity classes so that she has those opportunities and that employment possibilities. So that's her plan at this point.
All right. And then Agent Allen, any recommendation?
It is APMP's opinion that Miss Haley is not ready for parole. This was her second attempt at parole. Her continued criminal behavior and impulsivity makes it hard for her to be successful. She knowingly gave those Suboxone strips to another parolee to have that parolee mail them into the prison to her incarcerated husband, and came back dirty for methamphetamines. When she was supposed to go out for her MAT assessment, she had a ride that was provided for her and instead hooked up with the parolee and came back with her. We will go with the board's recommendation. However, she does need a higher level of care, more intensive supervision. So it is recommended that she do residential treatment.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Mitchell, now's your opportunity to speak. Talk to me about this parole. What was going on?
Okay, so I was out for 24 days. Like, I've been locked up for a long time. I did 11 years, like, and I haven't been successful. I don't really feel like nobody's like been there to, like, I make mistakes. Like, I'm super impulsive, but the thing with the Suboxone, they came up with that on their own. Like, I did not come back with my Suboxone. Like, I had a bed at a sober living. Orange Street failed to mention that. Like, I was doing a lot of things to do good, and I feel like it was just like pushed aside. I just finished the Elevate program in before I went to Orange Street, and so I don't really feel like residential is gonna help me. Like, I need to learn to live out there. And I actually got a bed last night at this place called Life Balance Recovery. It's in Spanish Fork. And it's gonna help me. So I first start, it's a sober living, but it's a 6 hours a day. I go to like classes and stuff, and then after I finish that, then I'll go to the IOP, which is 3 hours a night instead of 6. And so it like helps me transfer into society. Like, I don't know how to live. Like, living in prison is way different than living out there. You know what I mean? Like, and I did. I'm sorry. I've done a lot of time like locked up, and so I don't really know how to live out there, but I feel like this program will help me. But saying that, like, I'm not ready, I don't really feel like that's fair either, because I haven't I haven't been given the chance. Like, Orange Street could have worked with me. Like, I didn't, they say that I left my Suboxone strips in a parolee's car, like, but they didn't get in trouble for it. It's because I left it there because I was planning on going to sober living the next day. Like, I haven't been helped at all. Like, and I feel like, I don't know. Sorry.
Well, let's start with, so you're out for about 24 days. Were you using meth during that time?
Well, yeah, so I got, no, I didn't do meth. The reason I pled no contest is because in my paperwork, it says, that none of my things came back positive, that all my UAs came back negative. So I don't know where the positives coming from, like, but I don't want to fight it because I don't want to stay like incarcerated any longer. So I'm pleading no contest to it because I want to get on with my life. Like, sitting in prison is doing nothing for me. Like, it's not helping me, but I didn't use, like, I got on my MAT treatment. Like, I was board ordered MAT treatment, so I got on my MAT treatment, and I was planning on going to a sober living. Like, I had a bed the next day, but they didn't, Orange Street didn't mention that at all. Like, I was doing the classes I was supposed to do. I just barely got off blackout, so I wasn't able to get a job yet, but I went looking like once or twice. But I didn't have the opportunity for a lot of the things they're saying I failed at. Like, I wasn't given the opportunity to do.
Okay. So, and I understand the frustration. You've gone back to this idea that Orange Street didn't tell you that this bed had been made available, but we were already struggling before this bed became available. There's this Suboxone. You knowingly engaged in this scheme to get Suboxone into the prison.
There was no scheme. I never got caught doing anything. Like, if there was a scheme, like, the other parolee would be in trouble. There was nothing. Like, I left him in her car because I was supposed to be going to sober living the next day. Like, and that was my bad, like, my impulsivity, but I didn't think I needed to bring him back. Like, there was no scheme, or I didn't get caught doing anything. Like, it was just, I left him in her car because I was supposed to be going somewhere else the next day, but then I got arrested that day. Like, I made a mistake. I didn't know that sex offenders couldn't use they had to use flip phones. So when I let a sex offender use my touch screen or whatever. So, like, and I sent a letter out to, I had a boyfriend and that was incarcerated too, and I sent a letter out, and like I changed the name. So I did do that, but like I wasn't struggling, like I wasn't failing, like I just don't, you know what I mean? Like, I'm impulsive, and so I don't know. Like, I've made mistakes, but it's nothing like there was no scheme or plot, or I got caught doing all this stuff. Like, it wasn't anything like that.
So, other than Suboxone, which you had did you have a prescription for Suboxone?
Yeah.
So you had a prescription for Suboxone. Was there any other drug use on this parole?
No.
Okay. How's your mental health currently?
Fine. I'm on a med for depression.
I mean, not that isn't severe enough. Any other mental health issues that you're struggling with or that you've been treated for in the past?
No.
Okay. How's your physical health? Any issues?
I'm diabetic, but everything's good. Like, I'm healthy.
So how are we going to address this impulsivity issue if the board grants another parole? What's the plan? I mean, because the way you're talking to me about this and that, and you know, you left this behind and you didn't know about this bed, but you knew you were going to go to a different place, and there's a lot going on. And I feel like we're going to run into the same issues unless we figure out how to slow down, engage in a little bit more critical thinking, and make better decisions. So how are we going to get into that? Mindset.
This life balance place that I want to go to, like, it help, like, I do 6 hours a day of classes and stuff, so it'll help me like be looking for a job and doing classes at the same time, and hopefully like to slow down. Like, it's super different living in prison than it is living out there, like, and so I don't know, like, I just need to stop and think. Like, I'm smart, I know like what's right and what's wrong, but I think like I've just done so much time. Like, I just don't know how to live out there, you know what I mean? So like each parole, like, I've gotten a little bit of it, but I got brought back so fast. Like, I don't feel like I was given a chance to like succeed or anything.
If I may provide clarification. Okay.
Certainly.
Okay, so the first issue with her was that she tried to mail her boyfriend a letter in the Gunnison prison. She didn't ask for permission. She put somebody else's name and somebody else's return address on the envelope. It was found. We addressed that issue. The second violation was she was loaning a sex offender her phone when she knows that that was against rules. Then there was a lot of work that went between myself and the Beacon House, where she did have a bed. The following day, she was supposed to release after the day after we arrested her. There was a lot of time and effort that went into getting that bed available to her. However, that day, the day she was arrested, we arranged for a lift to take her to the medical provider to have her MAT assessment done. During the MAT assessment, they decided that she needed to be on Suboxone. They gave her a small package of Suboxone to bring back to the center until they were able to get her prescription. Instead of bringing the lift back that was arranged for her, she got a ride from the parolee. The parolee, she stated, I owed her, so I left the Suboxone for her to mail in to her husband who's incarcerated in prison. We also UA'd her that day. She tested positive for methamphetamines. She also took her cell phone into her room inside the correctional facility, violating that. So there were multiple violations or infractions and a lot of impulsivity, but we had put a lot of time and effort into getting her a bed at the Beacon House, and the day before she was supposed to leave was when most of this behavior occurred.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mitchell, any response to that?
No, I'm just frustrated because they say like I didn't know that, like I didn't know. She says that I knew that a sex offender can use my phone. Like I didn't know that. Like, so I just feel like I don't know. I'm just frustrated, and I never stated that I owed anybody. Like they said that I got caught doing something and I never got caught doing it. Like, so I'm just frustrated because I feel like I can't trust like what they say, you know what I mean? And there was a lot of time and effort, but there was time on my part too that I put into going there, and I felt like I just got thrown back on lies. Like they said I was getting criminal charges for something and then dropped it just so I could go in front of the board, which I understand like they can do because I'm a criminal and I'm under your guys's responsibility. But I feel like it, like all this didn't need to happen. Like I feel like on my board packet on page 11, I even put like it says I have had no dirties, and so I don't understand where they're coming up with this dirty. Like I'm just frustrated. But I do take accountability for being impulsive, and like I am trying harder and trying better to like use more common sense of like, and I want to live out there better. Like I don't want to keep doing this the rest of my life.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate all the information that I've been given today. I'm going to take this information to the board, give them a chance to deliberate, and then they'll make a decision as to whether to grant another parole or not and under what conditions. Once they reach that decision, they will send you a letter in the mail, Ms. Mitchell. They also post it online, so family and friends are able to learn faster, and it's the fastest way to learn is if you're in contact with people on the outside. They can look it up on the board's website and let you know what that decision is. Otherwise, just wait for that letter to arrive.
How do I give you this information of this place that I have a bed at right now? Or
Just you telling me that you've got the bed is enough, and then APP will verify everything.
okay, you don't need their number or anything?
Nope. APP
Okay.
will verify, the transition team will verify the bed and all of that. So, okay.
All
right. With that, we'll conclude the hearing. Good luck to you, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you.
And this is the time and place set for a pro violation hearing for Ryan Schroeder. Mr. Schroeder, your offender number is 207166. Is that correct?
Sir, yes, sir.
All right, very good. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Hansen from AP&P. Agent Hansen, Mr. Schroeder, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes. Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Schroeder, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes.
All right, excellent. All right, we just have the one allegation of criminal conduct. Ms. Conyers, how are we handling that today?
Yes, thank you. That is a pending charge. So we're just asking to enter denials at this time to continue for 90 days. It may be resolved sooner than that. And I let Schroeder know that they can message the BOP when that case is handled.
Perfect. Do you have a case number for that?
Just, I looked a little bit into it and talked to the officers. Apparently, the Weber County Attorney's Office is declining to prosecute the charge at this time, so we will not be going forward with the charge, and we would just ask that the board treat it as a technical.
Okay. I may need to speak with Mr. Schroeder because I thought he had pending court, so maybe I didn't look it up to confirm that.
I looked in, and I'll expand my search statewide, but I just completed the search prior to this hearing of Weber County, and there are no pending cases. And there's nothing pending with the Weber County Attorney's Office at this time.
Okay. If I can, so with you amending it to a technical, what exactly are you amending it to? Possession of what?
So the criminal, we're alleging that the the criminal behavior occurred, but it was not. So it would be limiting it to by having committed, and then striking everything after that of the language that says, or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense. But we would say by having committed a new criminal offense, treated as a technical violation.
Okay.
So in other words, the behavior occurred. It is.
I hear what you're saying, but just to be clear, and the criminal conduct is possessing substances that tested positive for THC.
That is correct.
And bringing those into a secure facility,
That is
just to be
correct.
really clear. What's throwing me off is just the, okay. If I may just speak with Mr. Schroeder for a moment.
Yeah, can we do a breakout session, please? Schroeder, offender 207166. Ms. Conyers, you've had a chance to consult with your client. How do we want to proceed today?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Schroeder is still maintaining that it was CBD lotion and that he had permission to have that. So if AP&P wants to pursue this, I guess we need to have an evidentiary hearing.
All right. Agent Hansen, any response to that?
That would be difficult to prove otherwise, and in the interest of justice, and you know, I guess we could pursue it under the cooperation or the, but it's at this point, if we, if the defense is moving to strike the allegation, then we would be able to go forward.
We are looking to, we are entering denials and asking to strike that allegation.
At this point, if that's the case, we, yeah, as I said, we could go to an evidentiary hearing, but I don't think it would be in the best interest of all involved. So we would concede to that and recommend an immediate release.
So in that case, Agent Hansen, it would be, we would need to recall the warrant and reinstate on parole.
Yes.
So that's what you're willing to, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I
So
can't make that very clear, but yes, I will do that.
okay. So Mr. Schroeder, AP&P is not, as you heard, AP&P is not willing to move forward with the allegation. I still submit this to the board for them to review. It's possible, just putting out there, it's possible that the board denies the warrant recall and still wants to move forward with an evidentiary hearing. But from what I'm hearing, it sounds like this will be a warrant recall and a reinstatement on parole. Agent Hansen, that's something that needs to happen immediately. So I'll get this submitted to the board as soon as I'm done today. And then if you can get that warrant recall in, then we can address it and get Mr. If the board agrees, then we'll get Mr. Schroeder back out
Absolutely.
as soon as possible. Okay, so with that, Ms. Conyers, anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, and this is my first time having a warrant recall and a reinstatement. So if there's something I'm missing, let me know, but I think I've handled everything that we need to. So I'll note the denial. I'll note to AP&P's willingness to recall the warrant. Once we get that in, Mr. Schroeder will process it on our side, and then you should hear from the board later today. All right, and you're nodding your head, you're muted there in San Pete, but just making sure that we're all, there's no issues whatsoever on your side. And with that, we'll conclude the hearing. Good luck to you, Mr. Schroeder.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Troy Miller. Mr. Miller, your offender number is 62427. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning.
Okay.
There on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Jorgensen from AP&P. Mr. Miller, Agent Jorgensen, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. Mr. Miller, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like you have your blue packet with you. Have you been able to look through that information?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then also, have you had a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. All right, looks like Mr. Miller pled guilty to a third-degree felony, Class B, and 2 Class B misdemeanors. Court, since Mr. Miller at the time served, closed the case in both of those 2 cases. The case ending in 6019 and 1463. Looks like 1463 is attached to allegations 5 and 6. So with that, Ms. Conyers, we have, so I think judicial notice of those, the resolution of those 2 cases. We have 10 allegations total. Ms. Conyers, how are we handling those allegations?
My end was a little bit garbled, but maybe everyone else got that. So he will plead no contest to 1 through 4. 5, we need to amend, I think, most appropriately to the Class B he pled to was criminal mischief. With that amendment, he will admit. On number 6, it makes the most sense to amend it to a criminal trespass, which he will admit. And then on 7, he will admit. And then 8, he will admit. Number 9, we are denying. We are asking to strike it. That is about a firearm.
That actually, it was a 3rd time. It's brought me back to prison twice, which is the
Sir,
power
if
that
you'll
somebody,
hold just for 1 minute so we can make sure we get through these. If you'll
Okay.
just hold on that, I just wanted to bring everyone's attention to the one I'm speaking of. Number 9, which is the firearm. And then on number 10, we are also denying and asking to strike.
All right, thank you, Agent Jorgensen. So let's start with allegation 5. Defense is moving to amend that it be criminal mischief. Any issues with that amendment?
No, I'm agreeable to that.
And then allegation 6,
Same thing.
was that also? What was
An
that
amendment to a criminal mischief, or sorry, pardon me, a criminal trespass.
That's right.
Seemed to make more sense for that one.
All right, and any issues with that, Agent Jorgensen?
No, I'm agreeable to that.
Thanks. And we're admitting those 2. And then we have the motion to strike allegation 9 and the motion to strike allegation 10. Any issues, any response to that?
Just wait for 1 moment, sir, Mr. Miller.
I think allegation 10 would have affected the board's decision under notice C on his agreement. If it is the 3rd time it's been refiled, I can understand the frustration. With regard to allegation 9, I would accept a technical violation. The PC did state that at least a BB gun had been found in a holster, even though, you know, the prosecutor didn't feel like they could file the aggravated assault. So, and that relates to the previous allegations.
So
So
what
allegation,
yeah,
Sorry.
can we summarize? So what I understand you saying, Agent, is number 9, you are proceeding on as a technical, saying that he had possession of a BB gun, which you're defining as a firearm or a dangerous weapon, and that he cannot have that in violation of his parole agreement, so you're unwilling to strike it. And then number 10, it sounds like you're also unwilling to strike, but it's not amending it to a technical, you just want it to stand as is.
Well, I'm agreeing to amend it to a technical violation. Excuse me. Yeah, you're right. I would substitute the case number for the amended case number that reduced it to the criminal trespassing. If that makes sense.
And the allegation being that he provided in that case number where he pled to 2 Class B misdemeanors, that he provided false or inaccurate information based on those cases.
Well, the condition C also states that, that it would have affected the board's decision to grant parole at the time, if I understand it correctly.
I guess I don't understand it correctly, and I apologize. Number 10 seems really pretty nebulous to me. I guess I'm not understanding what specifically false or inaccurate information did he provide to the board?
So if I may, what
Yeah,
I'm
please.
reading is, so this was something that had occurred back in 23.
Years ago.
And there was the charges were filed eventually. From what I'm understanding, APP is saying Mr. Miller did not alert the board. So these charges were pending at the time the board made a previous decision to grant release. Mr. Miller did not come forward and say, hey, there's this pending case that needs to be resolved before I can get paroled. Had the board known, then the board may not have granted parole, may or may not. But the fact that the information wasn't provided is in itself a violation of a parole agreement under Notice C. Is that right, Agent Jorgensen?
Yeah, that's the way I understand it.
Okay. If I can have a breakout session with Mr. Miller to see how he wants to handle those two.
This is actually the third time.
Mr. Miller, hold on just one moment.
Oh.
I know you really want to talk. Just one second.
We're back on the record in the matter of Troy Miller, offender 62427. Ms. Conyers?
Yes, we'll say no contest on, now that we understand those, and with that information, we will, let's amend number 9 to say that he, well, I guess we'll leave it as worded on both 9 and 10. He'll say no contest on 9 and admit on, and no contest on 10.
Okay. All right, Mr. Miller, before I accept your admissions and no contest, please, I need to make sure you understand that you do have the right to require APP to prove all of these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing would look like a trial where APP would have to call witnesses and produce exhibits to demonstrate that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they have alleged. You would be able to defend yourself. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine APP's witnesses as well as to call any of your own and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent with respect to allegations of criminal conduct, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Mr. Miller, do you understand these rights?
I do, sir.
Oh, and sorry, do you understand that the consequences of a no contest plea are the same as those of an admission?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then by entering the no contest pleas and the admissions, you're waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing. Do you understand that?
Correct, sir.
All right, very good. I'll accept those pleas as knowingly voluntarily entered, take judicial notice of the convictions. All of that comes to, will revoke your prior parole dates. So I'll have a conversation with Ms. Conyers and with Agent Jorgensen, then you and I'll have a conversation. Okay, Mr. Miller?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation and or additional information?
Yes, thank you. He has been in custody now for 13 months. He is asking for 1 year with credit for time served and a release. He can go live on some property that his family owns, or he can go to a halfway house, whatever the board feels like is more appropriate. He has employment opportunities as a journeyman electrician. And what he tells me is that he really does want to change and be done with AP&P and get his life back together. So, and I know that he has more to address with that. Thank you.
Sorry, what line of work was it? A journeyman electrician?
Electrician. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Agent Jorgensen, any additional information and or recommendation from AP&P?
Just to clarify, Ms. Conyers, I'm showing roughly 313 days in custody, if OTRAC's correct. And you said 13 months?
So we're looking at, so it's about I mean, I look at his arrest
The difference
date.
between 11 to 13. I'm not sure. I believed it had been 13, but it looks like you're right. He wasn't detained until the end of March. So I think 11 months is more correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
AP&P would be agreeable to termination at 1 year, finishing out the balance to make it an even 12 months. That would satisfy my earlier request for a public safety. It would put him very close to 15 years since the felony 2 burglary conviction he last had. 5 years from the dangerous weapon. And I guess the theft would still, have a ways to go as far as expiring. But with the new court cases that the board's already took judicial notice of, I think that would satisfy our request. Mr. Miller's been doing this for a very long time. It's he's had a lot of paroles. This has been going on since 1991. We feel like we've exhausted all efforts that are available to us. If Mr. Miller's got some property he can go live on and move on and come up with a new plan for his life, perhaps that's something we haven't tried yet. So we would be agreeable to termination at 1 year and leave it at that.
Okay.
But we would, if we would, ask for the balance of a year to be served and not be released prior to that, simply because the case manager requested.
Okay. So agent, so the balance of the year, so that would put us at the end of March is what AP&P is recommending. He served in prison until the end of March, and then AP&P is recommending a termination.
Yes. Again, the reason being, that we believe the request for a public safety exception was justified. He's admitted the technicals with regard to the firearm, even though it was a BB gun. Mr. Miller is fully aware that, even as something as simple as that is something he's not allowed to possess. We concede if the elements didn't add up to what the DA thought he could get an aggravated assault with, then, he settled on the right charge as a Class B misdemeanor. We're satisfied with that, but it does reinforce our position that, he's been well justified to exceed a 6-month guideline.
Okay.
So that's what we're recommending.
That charge actually got dismissed all the way in court.
Well, okay. So, Mr. Mill, let's talk about this time on parole. So
Um,
you're on parole from,
Agent Jorgensen was absolutely wonderful. The few times I met him, building beginnings was absolutely a change in a lot of things in my life. Moving out of Salt Lake at that time, in this last year being incarcerated, if I would have probably been paroled like within 90 days coming back, if I wouldn't have had to stay this year. My family, my children, my grandchildren now that I've watched grow up while I've been in prison with all these days. I got 14,000 days added up earned time. I'm absolutely embarrassed when I go in front of my family and my children and try to explain this. I'm a journeyman electrician. I've worked for my parents most of my life. They own Lone Peak Electric in Salt Lake. I've been fortunate enough to get out and always have a job at hand. You know, I have to get out this time and do my 40 hours of community education to keep my license active. Anybody with a business license in Utah has to do that. And my dad's 80 now, you know, and my grandparents are both died. So this is the property that's been inherited to myself and I can go stay on. It's just a really turning point in my life, and my family is been supportive this whole time, and I'm very, very fortunate that that's happened. You know, I have raised two daughters. Both of them have been victims of rape and stuff because their father wasn't there to protect them or to do anything else. Any of the charges that I have, the trespassing or even this BB gun thing, was standing up for individuals, which was actually women at the time, of doing the moral right thing and standing up for them. But like my dad said, it's not my job anymore to do that, to pay the consequences for doing something that most men would do, you know. And
tell me about so let's talk about the criminal actions. So tell me about because there's the theft, or that you were accused of theft, and then, you know, so we have the criminal mischief, the criminal trespass. So tell me what was going on.
it was actually a cousin that lives behind me and my father. It's on our property, and there's a shed in the back. And I have a friend that's a girl, and she comes over with letters with my cousin's boyfriend writing her from jail, and she was ready to flip out. But she had a bunch of property in the back of our house, which is my cousin Katira's shed. I said, let me just get your stuff. She was ready to go knock on the door and everything else. So I went and cut the lock and got her 2 duffel bags or whatever it was and gave to her. And my cousin, being so mad at me, called the cops and said that I went and took 2 bags out of the shed and gave back to my friend Brandy, which was her friend at one time, but did not like it. And she actually got him back. It states that I gave him back, you know. Brandy brought him back. I said, the cops are getting called. And that's where the trespassing and that came into play.
Okay. All right. Tell me about drug use. When was the last time you used drugs?
I'm on the MAP program. It's absolutely one of the best things for any of these young kids in here that are in here that have ever been addicted to heroin or anything like that. It's absolutely game changer. I'm a true proactive spokesman for it, and will be when I get out. On parole or off parole or anything to do with any of these kids that are dying, and I was watching them die by the hundreds out there. I come back to prison at my age now. Anybody I've came back to was in prison with when I was a kid, most of them are dead. 95% of them are dead from fentanyl or overdose now. I'm a guy I've grown out of this. I am absolutely 100%. You will never see me in the judicial system or in front of any of this board of pardons ever again.
So hold on, Mr. Miller. My question still remains. When was the last time you did drugs?
A year ago.
What were you using?
I was using fentanyl and methamphetamine. But not an everyday user or anything like that. It was absolutely not like a in the gutter user or anything like that. You know, everybody wants to say I'm a social user or a productive addict. There's no such thing. Once you're an addict, you're always an addict, and you will need help every single day of your life, whether it's AA, NA, or some type of help. You will need that. Whether you're 16 or 45, 55, you'll need that. And that goes for alcoholics as well. You know, once an alcoholic, that urge to drink will always be there unless you have some type of support to go to or to talk to. And I've found that with my stepfather, which is, his name's Richard Randall, which is a huge AA guy. And he's been behind my back 100% and has my back when I walk out of here.
Talk to me about these write-ups that you received.
One of them was, my friend was getting out and I passed him my name and my number and my phone number in the chapel. And they wrote me up for passing a paper with, because it states on there, no passing anything, but I didn't know that it didn't mean you couldn't pass your name and your number and your information because your friend was leaving. But you can't pass nothing, no paper, no nothing. And that was that write-up there.
Okay.
You know, it's
And
just,
then the other one's for substance use.
yeah, that was
Tested
actually 10 of us got written up for that. It's not methamphetamine, it was an amphetamine. It was the butanol. All of this one here was darn dying of, it wasn't COVID, but it was a really bad bronchial thing. So we're all using inhalers and stuff. So it came up as an amphetamine, but it wasn't. It's not meth or anything like that. So I pleaded no contest to it. And Officer Garlock's wife was the one that recommended just to do that because she had like 15 guys that was doing the same thing over the same cold, same sickness or whatever it was going around here that does. I've had COVID 3 times in here and it's no fun.
Okay.
Mr. Bruner, can I offer just 2 more extremely brief things?
Yes.
I just wanted to note as far as the last time that Mr. Miller was granted discharge in his case back in 2004, he did have very close to 5 years of
Yes, sir.
criminal free time. And then towards Mr. Miller, if you are lucky enough to get a termination from the board, and that obviously that remains to be seen, but I just wanted to remind you that, you know, you don't have to be on parole to qualify for medical assistance to continue that medical assisted treatment program
Absolutely.
and help out with your addiction.
Absolutely.
A termination, a discharge, a parole, the qualifications for aid remain the same. And you should consider that if you're lucky enough to get a termination from the board.
Thank you, guys. I super appreciate everything that you did out there, APP.
All right. Mr. Miller, any, are you being treated for any mental health issues?
No, sir. No.
Have you ever been?
No.
And then your physical health, everything good? Anything that would prevent you from being successful outside?
No, sir. I'm actually pretty good shape for my age.
Okay. All right. Well, we are out of time. I appreciate all that you've given me. Is there anything that we haven't talked about that you wanted to bring up, Mr. Miller?
I think we covered it pretty much. I just want to thank everybody, APP and yourself and everybody for this time to let me speak. I was never a guy of much words when I was growing up. I would just be quiet and not have anything to say because I wasn't very vocal about anything. And this is the first time I've grown up to be able to actually talk to you guys. And so thank you.
All right. Well, I will, as you know, and as Agent Jorgensen pointed out, it's the board makes the final decision.
Correct.
So I'll present everything, including the recommendations on both sides to the board. They will take a look at everything and determine whether to grant another parole, potentially a termination. Once they've reached their decision, they post it online, and then they also send you a letter in the mail. So you can learn either waiting for that letter to arrive, or if you have people on the outside who can look it up, they can find out what the decision is and let you know as you talk to them.
My daughters would love it to be able to come home to them. Thank you very much.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Jordan.
Yep.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Kelly Andrews. Mr. Andrews, your offender number is 129403, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Your only morning, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers. As I mentioned, we didn't have a representative from APP, but I don't know that we need one moving forward. Mr. Andrews, if I could put you under oath, please. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Mr. Andrews, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And did you get your disclosure packet?
Yeah.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes.
Very good. Mr. Andrews is facing charges in cases ending in 4981, 4982, and 4983. From what I can see, I think it's only related to allegation 4. But with that, looks like we have a court date later this week or maybe next week. How are we handling these allegations today, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, thank you. We will enter denials on all the allegations at this time. And I spoke with Mr. Andrews. We will be asking to continue for 90 days. He may be done sooner and we'll let the board know if that's the case, but that'll hopefully give him enough time to resolve these.
All right, very good. Agent Paul, are you here for the Andrews hearing?
I am sorry, my computer, the video and everything wasn't working, so I had to sign back out and then sign back in.
Okay, no worries. Mr. Andrews has just entered denials to the allegations as there are pending criminal charges. And so we're looking to just continue this for 90 days. Any issues with that?
Nope.
All right, and then I've noticed that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 9 allegations. 9 criminal charges. There's only 1 allegation that touches any of them. Will APP please update the allegations to reflect those that have been charged?
Yeah, I just looked that up and I saw that, and I'll let his agent know to update those on the allegations of the new charges.
Perfect, thank you. All right, Mr. Andrews, as I'm sure your attorney's mentioned, we can't move forward with the parole violation hearing today, so I'll note your denials. I do find probable cause to continue the hearing. I'll take judicial notice of the pending charges, and then we'll just set this matter for a future date. We'll do a paper review. As your attorney mentioned, if it gets resolved, let us know and we'll get you back on the appropriate calendar, okay? Is that all right? Sorry, could you say something just so I make sure could you acknowledge orally?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Andrews? Yeah. Okay, very good. All right, with that, we'll conclude today's hearing.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, Mr. Andrews. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for, I don't know if it's Jaime or Jamie Gomez. His offender number is 219832. He is not present. Present with me today is Attorney Kate Conyers, as well as Agent Paul from AP&P. Ms. Conyers, we have we have two allegations against Mr. Gomez, one of which is domestic violence assault. Looks like he's facing a battery charge, Class B misdemeanor, in case ending in 0285. There's an arraignment scheduled for later this month in that matter. How are we handling these allegations today?
Yes, thank you. I did speak with Gomez on Monday, and we discussed the pending charges. I let them know that they should let us know when those charges are finished. But in having that conversation, I let them know that I would enter denials on their behalf and that I would be seeking a continuance for 90 days, even though it may not take that long.
Okay. Agent Paul, any issues with that?
Nope.
Okay. I will note the denials. I do find probable cause. I'll take judicial notice of the case pending in case number, the charge pending in case number 02 ending in 0285. Find probable cause to continue the hearing, and we'll set this for paper review in 90 days. And as it gets adjudicated, hopefully we'll get back here sooner.
Okay.
And with that, we'll conclude the hearing.
Thank you.
all.
Thank you.
violation here for Christian Cross. Mr. Cross, your offender number is 226616. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. There on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers. And then, as I mentioned, we don't have an agent from APP on yet. If they join us, then we'll swear them in at that time. At this point in time, Mr. Cross, I do need to put you under oath. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Mr. Cross, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes.
Very good. Ms. Conyers, with 2 allegations against Mr. Cross, how are we handling those today?
Yes, he will admit to both of those.
Okay. Mr. Cross, before I accept your admissions, I need to make sure you understand that you do have the right to require APP to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing would look like a trial where APP has to put on evidence through sworn testimony and or exhibits. Their goal would be to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they have alleged. You would be able to defend yourself. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine APP's witnesses, as well as to call any of your own and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Cross?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that by entering these admissions today, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes, sir.
Very good. I'll accept the admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. We'll revoke your prior parole date. So I'm going to have a conversation with Ms. Conyers, and then if an agent pops on, I'll have a conversation with them, and then you and I will talk for a little bit. Okay, Mr. Cross?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation and or additional information?
A bit of additional information before the recommendation. In speaking with Mr. Cross, this was his first time on parole, and he was on parole for almost 4 years. So doing quite well, but then unfortunately lost his car, lost his apartment, things went downhill, and obviously turned into an absconsion. What he's asking for is 180 days with credit for the 4 months he has been in custody, so about 2 more months. Asking for credit for those 4 months and asking for another opportunity at parole. He does have things set up for him, including living with a friend in Riverdale. He has and that same friend who he can live with can also set him up with a job doing stucco work and working with landscaping rocks. And he intends on doing whatever APP wants him to do. He already has 4 years. He knows how to do this and intends to complete this. He also, in talking about kind of what will motivate him to be successful and make sure this doesn't happen again, he has 2 kids, and those are his priority, and he's really focusing on doing what he needs to do to be compliant with APP so that he can do his best job providing for his kids. So that's the information I have right now. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. All right. So let's talk about, Mr. Cross, let's talk about your parole. So I mean, one of the notes I put down in preparation for today's hearing is it seems like things were going really well. So
Yeah.
what happened?
Well, honestly, the main truth of it is when I got out of prison, I didn't really do a lot of reflections on myself. I kind of just realized that, I needed to be better at working, you know what I mean? And I just, I needed to be a better man for the mother of my child. But when I got out of prison, me and her split up, and I guess that's kind of just something I wasn't ready for. And so I had to kind of learn how to be on my own. And the problem with that is I didn't do enough reflections on myself to know what my problems were, to know what my triggers were, to know what my downfalls were. And so it kind of just ended up being like a slow, what do they call it? It ended up being a downfall within the 4 years because I have bad depression, and that started kicking up, and I didn't really know how to work on that. And it resolved with me thinking that my best choice was to go back with my family in North Carolina, which that wasn't the best decision. I should have went to Dalton, and I should have asked for the help that I needed, which I'm aware of that now. And I'm also, throughout this time, I've been able to recognize a lot of my faults, and I'm not saying I'm fixed because I have a lot of work to do, but I at least know what my triggers are and what I'm capable of doing and how I can work with them.
Was there drug use on this parole?
No, sir. I'd been clean from all drugs since 2017.
Okay. I'm just surprised that you were on parole so you're on parole for 4 years, so it wasn't like the best 4 years, because otherwise you would have been submitted for an early termination at some point.
Yeah.
So what were some of so you talk about your depression, and that's a horrible beast to have to fight each and every day.
Yeah.
So tell me, what was, you were just working, were you attending treatment, were you, or where were the struggles that you were having throughout these 4 years?
So, I was, I want to say that I completed almost everything that they asked me to do, other than, I was lacking on doing my monthly payments. And then I was also lacking on getting a drug and alcohol assessment because of my pride. I will be honest and let you know that I could have had it done sooner, and I should have had it done sooner, but my pride was getting in the way of that because, like I said, I haven't touched anything since 2017. I don't have a problem with drugs, but at the same time, like, that's something that AP&P needed, and that's something that they were asking from me. So I should have done it, you know?
Mhm. Well, just to recognize, something it sounds like you've learned is the evaluation is just that. It's an evaluation to give AP&P information. If it comes back and says, there are no problems here, we don't need to address this through treatment, that's all we're doing with the evaluation.
Yeah.
But I understand that still, it's hard to have to prove yourself after having been clean for so long. To have to prove yourself yet again would be a hard thing to swallow your pride and do.
I'll be doing here.
So how's your depression now?
I decided to, seek the help that I needed to from mental health. Since I've been in here, they've gotten me on some medication that's really been helping. It kind of helps my brain kind of take in what's going on. And so it comes every now and then, but it doesn't stick. I'm able to push it away and be productive and do something.
Okay. And then, while we're talking about how's your physical health, any physical health issues?
No, sir.
Let's see. So when did you leave for North Carolina?
I want to say the end of June.
Yeah, and had you looked at like an interstate compact at all, or talking to Agent Dalton about even seeking an early termination so you could go be with your family?
I did ask him, and prior to everything that went down, we were talking about getting off of parole because he'd seen that I was doing good, but again, the pride got in the way of not getting the assessment because he needed me to get the assessment done. And so I hadn't got it done, so he hadn't put in for early termination yet. And then when I lost everything, I did ask to go to North Carolina. Again, he told me to get the assessment done first because then I could just get off of parole and I wouldn't have to worry about asking for permission to go to North Carolina. But I was just looking at everything the wrong way.
Gotcha. Okay. And the friend that you live with here, so do you have some support here in Utah?
Yeah, I've got him. He's got 2 daughters that, I like to call my nieces. I've known him since I was 5 years old. He just, me and him went a couple years of not talking because he didn't like me being in and out of incarceration. But he's a really good friend. He's a really good support system. He's normally who I go to talk to.
Okay, well, I think you've answered all of my questions. Is there anything else that we haven't talked about that you wanted the board to be aware of, or anything else you want to say on your behalf?
No, just thank you for seeing me. Like I said, I do want to make this my last time in here.
All right. Well, I will take this information to the board, created a report, and I'll finalize it and get it to the board. They will deliberate, make a final decision. Once they've done that, they post it online almost immediately after making the decision, and then they also send you a letter in the mail. So if you're in communication with people on the outside, you can look it up on the board's website. Then you can learn much more quickly than waiting for that letter to arrive. Otherwise, just wait for that letter to arrive with the board's decision.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Arthur LAULU, offender number 214443. Is that you, sir? Sorry, was that you? Can't hear you very well. You may need to slide up closer to the microphone.
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. LAULU, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Taufa. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. I'll be taking testimony from you as well as from Agent Taufa. If each of you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Mr. LAULU, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you. He will admit to both of the two allegations.
Your recommendation?
Yeah, so he is asking for 180 days and another opportunity at parole. He plans, instead of a CCC this time, he plans to live with his girlfriend in Springville. And he believes he can return to the same job. He was a machine operator, and he'll do whatever treatment that APMP is asking him to do. And his real goal is to get off of paper just as soon as possible and do what APMP needs him to do so he can accomplish that goal. That's all I have for now.
Agent Tafu, response to recommendation. I guess my first question is, I don't have the information related for the arrest. Are there any charges pending or?
Yeah, that was my fault. There's no other charges.
No charges, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, your recommendation?
Yeah, our recommendation, he serves 180 days, time served. And then due to absconding multiple, I think twice now, I think it'd be best to put him on GPS for the first 120 days on his parole. But
At
that's it.
APMP, at APMP expense?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else like that?
That's it.
All right, Mr. Lalu, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Let's start with the absconding and then we can work our way forward from there. What happened there?
Well, first of all, I'd like to apologize because, well, when I asked for the 42 center to go over there, I really didn't like this. This is my first time being there, so I didn't expect it to be like that. You know, I thought it was gonna be a cool environment, you know, but it was kind of something different for me. It was not like a. It was really different. It was a lot going on in there. So I was like, it was somewhere that I was not comfortable with. So it was a lot of drugs over there, and did not see that either. So I was saying, like, just I was not comfortable where I was at, and I apologize for going on the run. That's my fault. I'm gonna take that. But this time I'm just gonna try to go and do my what is it, domestic class, trying to get that domestic class done, because I know that's one of the things I have to do and get off of paper. That's my goal is.
Okay. So if you weren't comfortable looking back, what should you have done?
I should have talked more to Harris, talked to him about what was going on, but you know, I had a good talk with him. I told him I'm the type of person that it's kind of hard for me to open up, like trying to talk about things, and he understand that. And plus not only that, I was just starting missing my family and stuff like that too. So, and plus I was like, I didn't even save anything over there at the 42. I was working, I was doing good. And plus I was like helping out my parents, my mom. We lost our house, the one that I was addressed at. So everything was just not going well on my end. It's a lot of stress. So I ended up going on a run.
Where were you at during the time you were a fugitive?
Say that again, sir.
Where were you at during that time that you were a fugitive?
I was at that time, I'm not gonna lie to you, I ran all the way to the address that I have on the board that I want to go to. That's my girl's address. That's the one in Springville.
Okay.
And that's where they got me from.
Okay.
Yeah, she even talked to me. She told me to go turn myself in, but I told her, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I told her that I didn't want to go in because I've never been out for holidays. Most of the time I've been locked up. So yeah, I was trying to make it through the holidays, but it didn't work out like that.
Any drug or alcohol use while you were on parole?
No, sir.
Any gang involvement?
No.
How's your mental health? Any history of mental health concerns?
No.
No anxiety or depression or anything like that?
Sir.
How's your physical health?
Good.
Good. You're active, you can hold a job, get to where you need to go, those kinds of things, no issues
Yes,
there?
sir. Yeah.
So then your plan is to live with your girlfriend in Springville,
Yes, sir.
and you think your employer will hire you back? Who was that?
Yeah, that's Alpha. Alpha was I was with a staffing, but I
Okay.
talked to them and they told me just come back and one of the boss, you know, his name is James, and he said that if I just come back and then he'll just put me back on, just come straight to the company and get the application, and then he will get me back on there.
Okay. All right, what's APMP's asked for that GPS monitor? Is that something you think you can comply with?
Well, the funny thing is, I asked Harris because I knew I was going through things in the halfway house, and I asked Harris that I think I need a GPS because I knew I was going to go on the run, but he told me that it was he said that I was not I don't need one, but I asked him, you know, I told him that I think I'm a new one because I knew I don't mind to have that on me because
Okay.
it helped me out too.
All right. Well, I think those are all the questions that I have for you. What questions do you have for me?
I just want to say thank you again. You know, just hopefully this time I'm gonna try and do my best and try and get off paper. You know, and stop coming seeing you guys. You know, it's kind of embarrassed all the time, but I apologize. You know.
All right, thank you. Agent Toff, anything you'd like to add?
That's it for me.
Okay. Ms. Connors?
Nothing else. Thank you and good luck, sir.
All right, Mr. Laulu, I'll accept your admissions to each of the allegations and recommend your parole date of March 12, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process before, so you know what to expect. I'll write a report. That report will include council's recommendation as well as APMP's recommendation. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision on what they expect to happen moving forward. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a copy of that order through the mail. It could take a couple of weeks for that order to work its way back to you. So if you have contact with friends or family on the outside, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week. The decision should be posted sometime then, and they can let you know what the decision was so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, anything from anybody? Okay, that'll conclude the hearing then. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll see you in about 22 minutes.
All right. Hey, Rolly, do you know if Big Soldier settled his case yesterday? Today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Trenton Big Soldier, offender number 192690. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer at the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Rowley. Can you see each of them?
Yes, I can.
All right. Mr. Big Soldier, Agent Rowley, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes. Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Big Soldier, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, I did.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, I am.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how'd you like to proceed?
Yes, so it sounds like the matter was not resolved the other day, and it needs a little more time. So what we'd like to do is to enter denials at this time and seek a continuance. I didn't speak with Mr. Big Soldier about this, but we usually seek continuances of 90 days. But once you're done with the case, just let me know or let the board know, or somebody on your behalf, and then we can get you back on this calendar.
We did come to a resolution.
Did you get sentenced? Sorry, that's what I misunderstood. I thought you said you came to a resolution, but I believed what you said is that it wasn't, you didn't enter a plea and you weren't sentenced. Is that right?
No, when I talked to you, I didn't even go yet, but I went yesterday and I spoke with you the day before, but yesterday was to come to a resolution. But I spoke with the prosecutor. He didn't want to, he relayed to me that the witnesses are shaky and that the case was kind of shaky. And
So, Mr. Big Soldier, I'm actually going to stop you right there because I don't want you to share too much information here with the board.
This is what we came to resolve with that. They're not just going to let me go. So we decided to, I don't know how the Board of Pardons feels about mental health court, but they're willing to let me do that because I wanted help treatment if they wanted me to plead guilty to anything rather than go to trial. And they were wondering how the Board of Pardons would feel about that. And so I got put on the mental health court on March 3rd, but I got to go through a screening. But depending on, I let them know that this is my second violation. So I should be looking at 90 days if that's the case. But if the Board of Pardons is I don't know, making an exception to this, and
Okay. Well, Jared, I don't know what you want to do here. What I think we need to do, Mr. Big Soldier, is that we need to see if you can certainly pursue mental health court. We need to make sure you're eligible for that. Unfortunately, that takes some time. And if you're not eligible, that kind of puts us back where we are. The board usually won't move forward until we have a resolution. The resolution can be mental health court, but we still need to get to a resolution which requires some screening. So I think we're still going to have to do what I suggested here, which is enter denials at this time and then get a continuance to see how your case is eventually resolved. I think you're welcome to call me separately and we can talk about this more, or even I'm happy to have a breakout with you here in a minute, but that's what I think needs to happen today.
Okay. So I'll be seeing this Dwayne Jarvis soon, and then I'm on the mental health court calendar for March 3rd, as I stated before. And
Well, I think probably what we need to do today then is just take denials on everything and then do a continuance to see what happens on March 3rd.
That's right.
And then once we know what happens from that day, then we can move forward.
Okay.
If that makes sense. It sounds like we're just kind of in a holding pattern until we know what happens on March 3rd.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
So what I'll do is I'll recommend, and Agent Rowley, I should turn to you and make sure that you're okay with this resolution today.
So I'm actually the mental health court tracker in Iron County.
Okay.
And it's a great program, and it may be just what he needs, and I'm definitely, you know, favorable to it as long as everybody else is on board. My question is, logistically, is it something he can be on probation for one case and on parole for other cases at the same time? That's my only question. And I think that'll come up in staffing on the 3rd.
Okay, and I'm not sure how that works. I know we have people on court probation.
Right.
And on parole, but I don't know about supervised probation and parole. I think
And
that's.
then in Iron County, to be put on mental health court, they're actually put on supervised probation with APNP as well. Logistically, if we can do it, you know, like I said, maybe just what Mr. Big Soldier needs, and I'm not opposed to going down that road to see. We just need to figure out if we can do it.
Okay. So it sounds like we've got a few things that need to be figured out over the next month, and then hopefully, you know, when we come back here, we'll have all that stuff answered.
Perfect.
So what I'll do, Mr. Big Soldier, is I'm gonna recommend a paper review in about 45 days. And that's not a hearing that you will attend. That's just one that we'll do here and check to see if the case has been resolved. And if it has, then we'll get you back on a calendar.
Okay.
If it hasn't, then they'll just kick that out again to see, to track that case. But what I would have you do is, as soon as that case is resolved, write us a letter so that we can get you back on a calendar quickly.
Would an email work?
Yeah, an email. I mean, yeah, and just notify us or Miss Conyers somehow so that we can get you back on a calendar.
Ms. Connors, may I get like your information as well? Because Clank would like to get more information.
Yeah, do you have a way to take down my number? It's Kate Conyers, so you can easily find me, but let me give you my number as well. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
It's 8. I do have an account there. You should be able to reach me on a secured free line.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Anything from anybody else?
No.
Okay, that'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Edwin AMAYA, offender number 193840. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Montilla. Can you see each of them?
Yes, how are you doing?
Mr.
Good, thank you.
AMAYA, Agent Montilla, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Mr. AMAYA, you as well.
Oh, yeah. So I want to say I have the most amazing agent too. She's an amazing parole agent. Thank you so much.
Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. AMAYA, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
I think I got a little bit more.
Okay.
But
Did you
yes.
receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I have it with me.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, I did.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, it looked like there were 7 total allegations. He'll admit to all of them. Number 7, he did plead guilty to that charge.
And
So we'll admit all.
I just need to say something. I told my attorney about something. Maybe I would like to go somewhere else completely different. Maybe a different county, like Utah County, if that's okay. Because I would like to be farther away from everybody else so they can see that I'm able to do it on my own. And if it's possible, then I would like to remain where I was before if I could have the same parole agent. If not, then I would rather go somewhere else.
Okay, we'll get to all of that, Mr. AMAYA.
Okay.
Ms. Conyers, your recommendation?
Yes, he, as Mr. Maya just said, he is looking to go somewhere different, somewhere safe, where he can be in the best environment possible. If that's a halfway house, he's fine with that. He is putting in the work to hard work to make a change. It just sounds like he needs a different environment to thrive in so that he can be successful. So my recommendation would be to allow him. He's already this was his first parole. He's been in custody for nearly 2.5 months. We'd ask for 90 days with credit for the time he has served. His case was 30 days jail, and to close, it's already closed after 1 day of probation. So we're asking for credit for the time he has served and to give him another opportunity at parole. Thank you.
Agent Montilla, your recommendation response?
I would also agree with that. I do believe he is trying his best. I think he has some dual diagnoses that needs to be addressed, and to support him to be successful on parole, he needs both the assistance with the medication management as well as some ongoing treatment.
Thank you. Mr. Meyer, are you there still? We've lost your video feed. Gunnison, are you there? I think we may have lost Gunnison. We may have to be in recess until we get them.
There he is.
There we are. Mr. Meyer, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't me. I didn't mean to leave you guys.
No, you're fine. Did you hear the recommendations?
I did not.
Okay. Let's go through those again. Counselor, give your recommendation one more time.
Sure, yes.
And may I just add one thing before you say anything? Is it okay if I keep the same parole officer?
Yeah, we did hear that.
Okay.
Okay, just hold on for 1 minute and you'll have a chance. I promise you'll have time to talk.
Sorry about that.
So you're okay. So what the recommendation is for 90 days with credit for the time he has served, which is just about 2 weeks shy of 3 months, and to give him another opportunity at parole, where he would go to a halfway house if that's what he needs to do. His main priority is to do whatever AP&P wants him to do. As he's emphasized, and I'm sure we'll hear momentarily, he'd like to stay with the same agent, but maybe if he could be somewhere else, as it sounds like, he just keeps running into the same people in the same situation. So it's just kind of looking for a fresh, a clean slate, as you would say. So that's it for now.
Okay. And Agent Montilla, your report.
I would agree with the recommendation. I do believe he needs some additional support, in particular with the dual diagnosis, both the mental health and the substance abuse, to get him some stability and move forward from all this.
Anything else you'd like to add?
I only supervise people in Salt Lake County. So if you're wanting to go to Utah County, you would receive a new agent.
Okay, no, then I'll stay where I'm at.
Okay. All right, Mr. Amaya, what would you like me to know? Let's talk about the violations. What happened there?
Boy, everything that you see on paper is true, is accurate.
So what's your side of that, though?
My side is that I made the wrong decision, first and foremost, since the day I got out. And the reason I say that is because the whole time I was on parole, I was given so many beautiful blessings to be a part of, so many beautiful people and things that I can better myself. And the reason I say that is because the reason why what happened was because I ended up starting to use and started to thinking that I was, well, basically I just made the wrong mistake.
Okay.
And so
sorry, go ahead.
And so it's just, what I meant to say is that everything that was written down is what's true and what's accurate, and I just want to apologize for what I did and not communicate and not do what I was supposed to do, and I'm sorry for that.
Okay. What drugs did you use while you were out?
The only substance I was using was methamphetamine.
How frequently were you using meth?
Well, the day of my departure, when I started not having contact, was probably almost every day.
Okay.
I think the one additional thing I would ask is that he not have contact with his wife. She's currently on probation as well.
I think I remember reading that, yeah. How long were you a fugitive?
I'm not sure how many days.
I think it was about 7 days.
About 7 days. And then you were arrested on the new charge, right? The controlled substance?
Yes, I had something on me that I wasn't supposed to have.
Tell me about that. What happened there?
Well, like I said, when I'm on that stuff, I tend to do things that I shouldn't do. And well, that day I went out and I was trying to see what was going on within myself. And thanks to, by the grace of God, he was able to make an opportunity for myself for the situation to arise and me be where I'm at today, so I can realize that what I was doing wasn't what I was supposed to be doing.
Any mental health concerns, any history of like anxiety, depression, suicide attempts, anything like that?
I think it comes and goes, you know, throughout my time, especially when it comes down to realizing what I've done in the past and everything that I could have had if I would have put forth effort from the very beginning of my life. Then all this wouldn't have happened. I would have had the things I have, which are my family members and everything else that comes with it.
Okay. When you say it comes and goes, what do you mean by that?
I guess it has to do with the way I think.
Okay.
The way my thought process works.
Okay. Do you have any diagnosis of anything in the past?
As far as I know they've given me some diagnosis, but to recall on exactly the name, I will not be able to let you know because I'm not too sure.
And how's your physical health?
It's well.
You're able to hold a job and be active, get to where you need to go, those kinds of things?
Yes.
Well, what would your plan be if the board were to grant you another parole?
Well,
you say you want something different. You want to live somewhere safe. Do you have an address to parole to?
So that's the thing. My mother and father have given me plenty of opportunities within myself to show myself. And I feel like this time around would allow me the opportunity to be where I need to be. And I feel like whatever halfway house you guys choose for me, for the best fit for me, I will show myself how I'm able to become a better person.
Do you have a job lined up?
That I do not have one lined up, but I know I could find one as soon as possible.
What kind of work have you done in the past?
All sorts, but it all has to do with helping others. Like basically like a hands-on person, like just that's the best way I can learn is by hands-on watching others.
Okay. And what are your thoughts about a no contact order with your wife?
Well, I want to be honest with you. If it's the best interest for everybody else, for me to get my life together, and then one day maybe have the privilege to show myself to her that I did change because of everything that she has shown me to become a better person, then whatever you guys feel is right, then I'll do.
I mean, it just seems to me from what I've read that you guys right now, neither one of you are in a great space and some time apart to focus on yourselves individually might do you both some good.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In the name of Jesus Christ, can I say something?
Sure, go ahead.
Maybe the best thing for me would probably be the best county you guys think is possible for me to have the best success rate of me changing my life around. And I know this might take some time to kind of think about where the best place is because I know how both those counties are. And I don't know how the other county is, which one I'm talking about, but which ones do you guys think would have me the best way of me being able to be a part of my Father in heaven with the people around me? Because I'm really trying my very best, because I've heard situations about other places around the county, around both those counties. And there's a lot of things that go on in there that nobody knows about. And I really don't want to be a part of that stuff. So wherever you guys feel the best county would be for me to have the highest successful rate for me to change my life around would be the best place I would love to be at, please.
Okay. And that's the decision AP&P will have to make based on bed availability and all those sorts of things. So
And it has
to
not,
give you an answer to that today is probably not possible.
and it has nothing to do with Agent Montoya, because she's the best one. If I could take her to the farthest south possible, I would.
Yeah.
But I just want her to know that I just need her to understand that I really want to change this time. I don't want to go back to anything, to do anything wrong no more. And I don't want to be around anything that I know I'm not supposed to, because I can't be doing this no more. You know, I have my family that I needed to come home to. I need to be a better person. I can't do this no more. I just want to be in the best place possible where you guys know, like, where you guys have had the most highest successful rate possible in the being, because I don't have a place to go to, you know. So the halfway house is what I'm basically asking for, where you guys feel is the safest and the least problems for me to arise to come across. Even though I know I'll be strong enough to overcome it, but the better the environment, the better the place, and the better the person I can become.
Agent Monty, anything you'd like to add?
I agree. Mr. Amaya does try very hard, but I think he suffers both with the mental health as well as the substance use. I think he can be successful in any county that we can find a bed for him. I think either Bonneville or Atherton might be a really good fit for him. But it's all about his best foot forward and making sure he's staying regulated on his medication.
And just know that's all my intentions from here on out, is to do everything possible to not go back to anything that I know I'm not supposed to be a part of no more.
Okay. Ms. Connors, anything like that?
Nothing further. Thank you. I just wish Mr. Amaya luck.
And thank you guys for everything you guys have done for me and for everybody else around you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Amaya, what I'll do today is I'll accept your admissions to each of the allegations and take judicial notice of your new conviction, case number 241914823. I will recommend your parole date of May 9, 2023 be revoked. What will happen today is I'll write a report. That report will include council's recommendation as well as AP&P's recommendation. The board members will review it and make a decision. Once they've reached a decision, you'll receive a copy of the order. It could take a week or two for that order to work its way to you. So in the meantime, if you have contact with friends or family on the outside, you can ask them to check the board's website. That decision should be posted sometime later this week or next week, and then they can let you know it was decided so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay, thank you guys so much. Have a good day.
That'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing from Ms. Angela Hoover, offender number 257959. Is that you?
Yep.
Ms. Hoover, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Nielsen. Can you see each of them?
Yep.
All right. Ms. Conyers, Agent Nielsen, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath.
Ms. Hoover, I think he
Sorry,
he
Ms.
meant
Hoover.
you.
I'll be taking testimony from you if you could raise your right hand. Ms. Hoover, if you could raise your right hand. Sorry. Do each of you
Sorry.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Ms. Hoover, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Mm-hmm.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yeah.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. 2 allegations. She will admit to both of them.
Okay. And your recommendation?
Yeah, just a little more information. She was doing actually relatively well in Salt Lake City. She had finished Orange Street, but then, things weren't going as well. What our recommendation is for 90 days and giving her credit for the 2 months she's already served and give her a second opportunity at parole. She plans to live with a friend and has a job lined up at Maverick already, and she'll continue doing treatment if that's what AP&P feels like she needs. She's unsure because she did finish the Orange Street program, but she's willing to do more if that's what AP&P wants. One thing that she does want to focus on that would be helpful is getting some mental health counseling. That would really benefit her and help her stabilize and be successful with parole.
Okay. Anything else you like
Thank
that?
That's it for now.
Agent Nielsen, your response recommendation.
I will agree with that recommendation of 90 days with the credit that she's had for the 2 months. I definitely think that she needs to have a treatment. I know she completed Orange Street, but there was a relapse just before she went back into Orange Street. So I think treatment would be necessary. And I know that we were talking about her going to her mom's house. I guess maybe she's found arrangements up here. I'm good with whichever. So, but yeah, the recommendation of 90 is good for me.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
Nope.
Okay. All right, Ms. Hoover, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Let's start with the violation and then we can work our way forward.
It was just a big mess. I was loving it out there. I put hope and faith in something that wasn't meant to last or even work, I guess. And I've learned the hard way for it, It is my fault that I started using drugs again, and I probably shouldn't have, but I did. And here I am now, but I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get back on the right track again.
So just for a timeline, so I can put things in order. You went to Orange Street, you completed it, then you left, then you started using again, went back to Orange Street and absconded. Is that kind of a quick version of what happened, or what exactly happened?
Yeah, I was with somebody that was he just didn't want anything good for me. So he just kind of barricaded himself in my apartment, got my doors blown off, and I had nowhere to go. So I started running around Salt Lake and I started using again, and just to stay up, and I kind of turned myself in, and I did plan on going to my mom's, but it just wasn't happening fast enough for me, and I was high, so it just was one of those situations. I just didn't give a crap at the moment, and I just went. So here I sit.
Okay. So after that incident happened to your house, you ended up homeless?
Yeah.
Okay. How long did that go on for?
That went on for 2 weeks, and I finally I kept trying to go back to Orange Street to have a place to stay there, and they said they couldn't have me back unless I was admitted back into the PvP program, which I said I agreed to it because I didn't have nowhere to go, and I just was sick of everything that was going on.
Okay.
And I talked to Nelson the day before. I was going to go to my mom's. Like I said, it just wasn't happening fast enough for me. I just don't know what my problem was. I just went, and
What were you using?
meth.
And how often was that going on?
Oh, every day, all day.
Okay. And was that for what period of time?
About a month.
Okay. Any other drug use?
No,
Meth, your drug of choice in the
it
past?
is.
Any gang involvement?
No,
Any mental health concerns? Any history of like anxiety, depression, any of that kind of stuff?
no. Well, so I went to the hospital like 3 different times while I was out,
Okay.
before I came back here, and they diagnosed me schizophrenic, like schizoassertive. So it's like on the border of like bipolar and schizophrenia.
Okay.
So they had me on medicine for that, and then they put me on a bunch of other medicine when I got here. So we're just kind of filling things out right now. So
Okay.
feel okay
So
though
you're
right
on
now.
meds, you're on meds currently?
Yeah.
Are they working or are they still kind of adjusting them to figure them
Yeah,
out?
well, they had me on some meds that I didn't even know what my name was at first, so like I cut myself off those, but I'm doing well now.
Okay. How's your physical health?
I'm good.
You're able to work, you're able to be active, hold a
Yeah,
job, those kinds of
absolutely.
things. Okay. So it sounds like you have an address to parole to and a potential job, right?
Yeah.
And then tell me about the mental health treatment. Have you been in mental health treatment in the past, or is that just something new with this new diagnosis?
It's something new. I've been fine my whole life. This is all new for me. I'm just struggling lately, you know.
Okay. So the extra support might help.
Yeah, and I have new people in my life that are standing behind me, and they have faith in me, and like they believe in me and stuff. So it'll be probably easier to have them like on my side when I get out this time around too.
Okay. Are these like friends, or how did you meet these people?
Yeah, family and friends. I
Family
met
and
them
friends.
through here in the prison. They
Okay.
came and visited me.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No.
Agent Nielsen, anything like that?
Nope.
Ms. Conyers?
Nothing, thank you.
All right, Ms. Hoover, I'll accept your admissions to each of the allegations and recommend your parole date of April 23rd, 2024 be revoked. First time through this process, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Let me just kind of give you a roadmap for how things are going to go. I'll write a report. That report will include Agent Nielsen's recommendation as well as Ms. Conyers. It'll be then routed to the board members who will review it to make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive an order from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that order to work its way back to you. So in the meantime, if you have contact with friends or family, you can check the board's website.
Okay.
That should be posted there within the next week or so. And then they can let you know what the decision was so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, anything from anybody? Hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Ortega, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Okay.
Hey, you're here for Levy?
That's correct.
So it says that he was booked in on a new charge, but I didn't see anything. Do you know what the status is of that?
There is nothing. There's no pending charges. I didn't see anything. I look at court exchange, and I'm assuming that the officers from APNP are not filing charges. So there is nothing on that.
Yeah, I didn't see anything either, so I just
Yeah,
wanted to make sure.
I kept
you didn't have
looking and I couldn't find anything.
Okay, perfect.
I got you, sir.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Jeffrey Levie, offender number 190033. Is that you, sir?
That's correct.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Agent Ortega, as well as Ms. Conyers. Can you see each of them?
Yes, I can.
All right. Mr. Levie, Agent Ortega, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath.
I do.
Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Mr. Levie?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Levie, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
I have, yes.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
I did, yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
What was that?
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, Mr. Levie will admit to both of the two allegations.
Your recommendation?
Yes, we are asking for this 180 days with credit for approximately the 3 months he's been in custody, and then another opportunity at parole. He did write the board a letter previously that he was seeking a termination, but after giving that some more thought, but what he decided and what we discussed on Monday is that Mr. Levie really needs parole because of the stability and accountability that it offers. He has 9 children and he wants to do what he can to do his best by them. He does have an address. He is employed at 2 different agencies. He has aftercare set up with CLD3 for treatment there. He's also been undergoing the MAT Suboxone treatment. So he has all of these plans, and to help him to be more accountable, if it's deemed appropriate, he'll also do the ankle monitor to increase his accountability. He really does want to be successful on this parole. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Agent Ortega, your response and recommendation.
I'm on board with that recommendation. I'm just curious because I wasn't supervising him. He was at FTC and Agent Shane Anderson was actually supervising him at the time. The address that he submitted, is it with his mother? Is he going to be living with his mother? Is that where you're going to be going, Jeffrey?
No, it would not be.
Okay.
It'd be a
Because I
different,
don't think that it would be appropriate for you to go there, but who
No,
are
I
you going to be?
definitely wouldn't deem it appropriate to go with my mother either. It's
perfect.
still not a great environment there, but I do have a different location with family that is appropriate.
Okay. I'm on board with that decision. I agree.
Okay. All right, Mr. Levie, tell me what exactly happened.
I had gotten all the way through the PVP program, and I had completed all of my classes there. The last thing that I needed was to just submit the address, verify address to get me completely out of the fortitude. I had some situation that had occurred with one of my relationships, and it threw me off guard to the point where I had not checked in and been accountable and relapsed. And that was due to, I do have a lot of mental health issues that I've been working on like my whole life. I don't think it's things that are just going to change, but I do work on them constantly. So I have these mental health issues also that play a big role in my life, that I just seem as like I get really close to doing well or completing something, and then I just like self-sabotage, and I don't really know why that is, but I'm working with like therapists to figure those things out. You know, every time I am out in the community, I do seek therapy, and I abide by what my therapist asks me, and I try to be honest
and forthcoming with them with all the information that they need so that they can better help me and I can better help myself. It's just I still am trying to figure that out, you know, trying to work on these things day by day and hopefully overcome them eventually. It just takes time, especially with medications involved. Medications not just things that you can take and they automatically work right out the gate. It takes a number of fails or, you know, and sometimes you'll get medications where it works with how you are living and stuff like that. And that's great, you know, but some medications, they just affect me differently than others. And it seems that I've had problems with that as well. Like, so I'm just trying to figure out which medications are going to be best balanced, you know, so.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of the hard part is I think a lot of people finding that balance of what works for you isn't going to be the same as what works for somebody else. So
Correct.
it's kind of a trial and error thing. Tell me about your mental health. What have you ever been diagnosed with?
So I've been diagnosed with schizophrenia,
Okay.
depression, paranoia, PTSD, um, anxiety,
Okay.
and attention deficit, so ADD, adult ADD. And I've had that. I've been diagnosed a number of times as an adult, and then even growing up as a child, I've had diagnoses. So it's been a struggle my whole life, really.
So these are all something none of this stuff's new to you. It's stuff you've experienced and stuff you've been working on.
Yes, it is. It's just always going to be something that I'm gonna have to work with and hopefully just find what will work for me, like you said, and just kind of go from there, you know. And I got a lot of good things going for me right now, like the CLD3 counseling that I have with aftercare. It's still set up and in play. Like I immediately call them as soon as I get out, and I continue treatment with them. And then I'm already on the MAT treatment program in here with my medications. And so all I do is just carry that out for when I get released here. So medications, like it's already set up right now. Like I take my medication in here and I'll just continue out there through whatever pharmacy that they have deemed available for me that works, you know, for me as well. So that's all good to go. And I do have employment. And it's just staying busy with employment and finding what works also. Employment's always been a hard thing for me because I don't know what I like and what is going to be like something that will fit me long term. And so I'm just trying to figure that out. But I do have employment through 2 different staffing agencies. And it even shows in my blue packet right here, like on page 4, that I do, and I'm still employed with 2 different places. I always work, and I don't, you know, I try not to be too much of a headache for my APMP officer, but a lot of the times I do just give up on myself, and I'm trying to figure out why that is, and hopefully eventually I can get it, but
How's your physical? How's your health physically?
I'm good right now. I think that I got some physical stuff. I just had surgery before I came in, and it's not, the healing process isn't going so well, so I have to go back to the University of Utah for them to open me back up, unfortunately. And I hope that whatever it is that had went wrong with the surgery now gets fixed, because it would have been a long time coming for me to even get the surgery done. But so those kind of some things that are in play that I need to get taken care of.
Is that something that would keep you from being able to work or be active or?
Right now, no. Right now, no.
And then it looks like there's an allegation that you admitted to of using meth. How frequently were you using meth?
I had actually, the morning that they
You had it
came
in
and
your
got me
possession.
is when I had relapsed.
Okay.
So I had didn't check back in, but that morning I relapsed, and I still actually had the baggie of meth that I relapsed on.
Okay.
You know, so that was kind of like.
Was that the first time you used, or did you use other times?
I've used like previous in the past. I had been out on parole since February. I had other relapses and talked to my PO about them and my therapist and stuff like that. And But yeah, those are kind of just the things that also, like I've struggled with addiction since I was 9 years old and I'm 37. So it's nothing that's new. It's just something that I'm, with my mental health and my medication, I'm just trying to figure out what is and will work for me.
Okay. What's your status at the Peckerwoods?
I'm actually been in the middle of grieving that situation, and I'm on level 2 grievance because I've never admitted to being any type of gang member or an affiliate of said such gang.
Okay.
And I'm gonna continue to grieve that situation until they can figure out how to take that off, because I have never, ever in my entire life of being in the government's hands, like, have I been a gang member? And all of a sudden now it's there, and I don't like that situation.
All right. And then what city is the address in?
It will be Salt Lake City County.
Salt Lake County?
Yeah.
And who's that with?
So that's gonna be with a cousin-in-law, kind of cousin-in-law, so like a marriage, married into the family.
Okay. All right, well, I think those are all the questions that I have for you. Do you have any questions for me?
No, I don't. I think that's it.
Okay. Agent Ortega, anything like that?
No, sir, I don't have anything.
Ms. Conyers, anything to add?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Levy, I'll accept your admissions to each of the allegations. I'll recommend that your parole date of April 2nd, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process plenty of times, so you know what to expect. I'll route the report to the board. They'll review it and make a decision. You should have a copy of the order within a couple of weeks. If you have contact with friends or family, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week, because the decision should be posted there, and then they can let you know it was decided so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, anything from anybody?
No, sir.
Hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
You all have a good day.
All right, today's time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Zachary Jensen, offender number 226392. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Johnson. Can you see each of them?
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Jensen, Agent Johnson, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Mr. Jensen, you as well. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes. Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jensen, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, I have.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yeah, I did.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Conyers?
Sorry, I was on mute there for a moment. Mr. Jensen and I did discuss these allegations on Monday, and he will admit to all 4 of them.
All right. Your recommendations?
Yes, this was his 5th attempt at parole. He is asking for another opportunity with 180 days with credit. He's actually served more than that. He's been in custody for approximately 7 months. We are asking for another opportunity at parole. He'd like to start that at the inpatient program at Warrior Spirit. And then once he gets stabilized there and moves on, he plans to take business courses, which will hopefully make him more employable. One thing that we discussed that after 5 paroles that would be different this time and he'd benefit from is he recognizes that he could be more honest and communicative about his needs and how to be successful and ultimately not running from his problems and just kind of addressing them head on with the help that he can receive from his family and loved ones, and then also, of course, AP&P. So that's all I have for now.
All right, thank you. Agent Johnson.
Okay, so actually the first thing I'd like to address, I don't believe he's been in there quite that long. It looks like he was arrested back in November. So I'm only showing about 70 days-ish.
I think you are right. I think I misunderstood that date that you wrote the report as the date he was picked up. So that is my mistake. We are asking for 180 days with whatever credit he has served, but it sounds like you're right. It's closer to 90. Thank you, Agent.
And I actually agree with 180 days. Although this is his 5th parole, I wasn't able to find any new charges. I had heard rumor of those, but at this point I haven't got any proof of any new charges or anything like that. So honestly, Zach has a real ability to accomplish things until he starts using. This last parole, he did fantastic when he first came out. He completed a residential program. He went to work. He was doing great, and then he slipped. And as soon as he slips, it's not a gradual thing with him. It's like falling off a cliff. So my major concern is that we keep him sober, and if that is a program, the Warrior Spirit, I know that his mom had talked about that, right, Zach?
Yeah.
Who's getting in there?
Yeah, I've already been accepted and all that, so I'm just waiting.
Okay, so, and I agree with that. I don't have any issue with him going there. I'd like him to complete it, and I'd just like to maybe also recommend that he go on to the MAT, maybe work on some of those, the Sulfaclade or Vivitrol shots, whatever one works for that. Give you a little boost. And like your attorney said there, just need some more compliance, right? Follow directions. Don't try to do parole your own way. Let me help you through it. Okay? Because I want you off successful as bad as you do. Okay? So the only thing that's concerning to me is the charges with or if there's going to be any charges with his recent altercation while he's been incarcerated. There was a write-up there, but it doesn't say anything about charges. But I'd also like to mention that he did speak with the STG coordinators, and it does sound like, although it's not reflected in WebTrack, that he's gone on to the modified program. Is that correct, Zach?
Yeah, it is.
So he is taking steps, and I believe that he can be successful through this. So I think that the recommendation that his attorney's made should be good.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Jensen, what would you like me to know? Let's start with the violations, what happened there, and we can work our way forward.
So like, so I did the program. It was my first time finishing a program. It was like my fourth or fifth program, but I finally finished one, and I wasn't prepared for like the aftercare, and like I wasn't aware, like it was just like, it took much longer than I thought, and I was just overwhelmed, and you know what I mean, started using it again, and pretty much like that was my decline right there. And so I agree with the whole MAT treatment, that because like I am addicted to like opiates and whatnot, and the MAT treatment will keep me away 100%. But I am slowly starting to get the hang of this. I think this time with this new program, I think everything should fall into place. I mean, I'm not trying to, like, my head's on right. I modified for a reason. I'm trying to just leave all this behind. You know what I mean? They can have all this, you know?
You relapsed. What did you say? Opiates are your drug of choice?
Yeah.
What did you use?
This last time I was out, I was on fentanyl.
Fentanyl. How frequently were you using?
Daily.
Daily. And how long did that go on for?
Really, it was like after when I think like I didn't really start using it until like maybe a couple months after I finished the program. And it was like my first time using, so I didn't know it was gonna like catch a hold of me like that, but probably like 6 months, I think.
Okay. Where were you at after you absconded?
I'd probably say down like in Midvale area.
Okay. Were you staying with friends or family or?
I mean, I guess you can call them friends, but they're not really friends.
Kind of a thing?
Yeah.
Okay. When you were arrested, are there any new charges?
No. And I've talked to the about the situation down here. It doesn't look like I just got a write up. We all got a write up and all that, but for the most part, I don't think there's any charges. Like, I wasn't trying to press no charges, and it didn't look like they were trying to press no charges or anything like that either.
Okay. Any mental health concerns? Any history of like anxiety, depression, suicide attempts, anything like that?
Anxiety, depression,
Okay.
not really the suicide attempts or anything like that.
Have you ever been on medications?
Yeah, I'm supposed to be like, before I absconded, I was supposed to be on Suboxone and Neurotins and this other anxiety med, but as soon as I absconded, I kind of just stopped taking my medication.
Okay. Are you taking anything right now?
No.
How's your physical health?
I'm in good shape.
Okay. You're able to work, to be active, get to where you need to go if you need to walk or whatever. There's no issues there.
Yes.
So tell me about the Warrior Spirit program.
So this is the part that's kind of crazy, and like, this is where I guess I tried to take it into my own hands. But so I was supposed to go that Monday. So I got locked up. I got caught up on a Saturday. I was supposed to go to the program on Monday, and that Friday I went to the program and I came up dirty, and they're like, you can't come into the program if you're dirty and whatnot. Go to this detox. And so when we went up there, I was just like, look, I'm just gonna detox on my own, and obviously my addiction, like, I couldn't do it. Honestly, I couldn't do it myself. I kept using, and the day that I got caught up, I was on my way to go get some more drugs and whatnot. But I should have just went to detox and just, you know, did my thing there instead of trying to take it into my own hands.
So what does that program look like? Are you able to work? Are you doing treatment full time? Like what does a day in the life of the program look like?
So, I mean, my mom just finished the program probably like a few months before. That's how I even got, like, it got brought up to me, and how I got into it so fast is because of her. But she was saying, yeah, it's a great program. I mean, I'm pretty sure they will let me work if I want to, like education and all that. But it's a full program. Like, it's a full, I think she was there like 4 months.
Okay. so it's not like something that's gonna be like 28 days and then you're out of there.
No.
All right. What's your plan afterwards? Do they help you with like a sober living or find a residence, or are you just like turned out and good luck?
No, I think they're gonna try to help me out with residents, and that part was kind of this last time when I finished this program, that's kind of like some of the parts that I kind of was overwhelmed with was I was trying to do sober living, didn't work out like that. I was just I don't know, but I am gonna just take it slow. I'm not gonna rush anything. Just do the whole residential sober living, whatever they have to offer, you know.
Okay. And when things get tough or you have questions or they're not going the way you want, you need to contact Johnson. He'll work with you. He'll do one thing I know about him is he will do a lot of things for you if you're doing things for yourself. If you take off, you're not going to get anything from him though.
I know I've had a few words with one of his old partners, Jensen. He's I think he's one of the STG cops down here, and he used to be his partner. And he was just kind of telling me, like, you know, just be straight up with him, be honest. And this time around, I am. Even if I am starting to slip, I'm just going to be 1,000%. I mean, somebody told me that the 6 months on the run kind of, it only like they put that 6 months on the back end, so so it didn't really help my case at all. So I don't think I'm definitely not going to be running again.
No, running is the worst thing you can do because it takes all of his options away, and the time just goes on pause while you're on the run, and then they tack it on at the end. So running's about the worst thing you can do. So even if you screw up, own it, work with Johnson, he'll work with you. Doesn't mean there won't be a consequence, but it doesn't mean you'd come back to prison either.
Yeah, for sure.
So, okay, anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No, just the whole, I mean, yeah, just I'm openly saying I do struggle with addiction and whatnot. I think you guys all know Johnson's aware of it. And I will be 1,000% honest. Like if I'm even thinking about it, I'm gonna be like, look, Johnson, you might get sick of me like hitting him up like that, but I'm gonna be like, look, I'm struggling. But no, I'm gonna be more open and honest about it.
Agent Johnson, anything you'd like to add?
I don't believe so. I'm willing to work with him.
All right, Ms. Conyers?
Nothing, thank you.
All right, Mr. Jensen, I'll accept your admissions to each of the allegations and recommend your parole date of October 24th, 2023 be your vote. You've been through this process plenty of times. You know what to expect. I'll write a report based on our conversation. The board members will review it and make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive an order from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that order to work its way to you. So if you have contact with anybody on the outside, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week. The decision should be posted sometime then, and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay, for sure.
All right, anything from anybody? Okay, hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Stephen Burke, offender number 228684. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Walser. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Burke, Agent Walser, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Burke, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, I have.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, I have.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Connors, before we proceed, Agent Walser, it looks like there was a probable cause statement filed in relation to Mr. Burke's arrest that alleged new charges of false ID and trespass, but I don't see a case filed yet. Do you know if charges are going to go through with that or whether that status is?
You know, I don't know. There's nothing in court exchange and nothing that the DA's database.
Okay. All right. With that, Ms. Connors, how would you like to proceed?
Well, we were planning on addressing I didn't realize there was an arrest with potential charges. We can proceed on the 2 allegations and provide a recommendation for the board's consideration.
Okay, we can go that route.
Let's do that. He'll admit to both of the allegations.
Okay, and your recommendation?
120 days and another opportunity at parole. This was his second opportunity. He is looking for a third. He plans to get a bed at First Step House, but he's waiting for a date first. His dad is already there, and so can kind of help him with that transition and helping him. And as you know, it's a men-only facility, no women, and women seem to be the issue for Mr. Burke. So being in a men-only facility should be really helpful for him. He does need to apply for SSDI as he's disabled, and that would provide him his financial security that he needs. But it sounds like Mr. Burke does know what he needs to do to be successful and stay out of trouble, and plans to do that if granted another opportunity at parole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Agent Walser, your response recommendation.
My response and recommendation is going to be, I'm going to recommend that we, based upon the 2 new charges, I'm going to request that we schedule an evidentiary hearing.
Just, you cut out a little bit, so an evidentiary based on potential new charges?
Yep, based upon the fact that he was booked on 2 new charges.
Okay.
And in the meantime, I'll amend the report reflecting those 2 new allegations and get in contact with the city guy and do what we got to do to make sure he's there for the hearing.
Okay. All right, anything else you'd like to add?
Excuse me?
Anything else you'd like to add? Sorry.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Burke, it does look like there's a potential for new charges, so I don't want to go down that road too far. But tell me, what happened with you absconding?
So I go to Odyssey House. I went to Odyssey House, and it's a co-ed facility. So like, I have a problem with, if it's a co-ed facility, like I have a problem with paying more attention to females than I do my treatment. And I ended up running with one of the females there.
This wasn't the first time that you'd ran from Odyssey House, right?
No, this is the second time. The first time I ran with 2 other females at that time too.
How long were you gone?
What?
How long were you a fugitive?
This time, 4 days.
Okay. Any drug or alcohol use while you were out?
No.
What's your status with SAC?
I'm a dropout.
Dropout. When did you drop out?
2019 or 20.
Okay. Any mental health concerns?
No.
No history of like anxiety, depression, never been on medications for that?
No.
Okay. And how's your physical health?
My right arm's crippled, but other than that, I'm fine.
Tell me about that if you don't mind.
When I expired my prison sentence in 2021, I wrecked a bullet bike. I was hit by a car on a bullet bike. It collapsed my whole right forearm, broke a compound fracture in my left arm, and I was in a coma for 5 days and died 3 times.
So have you lost like all ability to use it or? Okay.
That's literally what it does.
That's what it does. All right. Tell me about your 2 write-ups.
Oh, so I was in R&O They put me in a cell with another modified person, everything like that. He went off on the cops and requested mental health. They came, and when I was asked to cuff up, I told him, I was like, well, because I was under the impression, because when I was transported from Salt Lake to the prison, by the prison, they told me I had a front cuff because my arm and my shoulder are crippled. I told them I can't cuff up, I have to cuff up in front. They said, well, we'll double cuff you back. I said, okay, cool. I turned around, I cuffed up, and they said, then after that was all said and done, they went and looked and said that I didn't have a double cuff order, so they wrote me up with interfering with an investigation. And then the other write-up was for I was asleep. I just got there off the streets. My cellie covered the speaker in our cell while I was asleep, and I didn't know it was covered. So when I woke up in the morning to take my medication, the cop noticed it was covered. I didn't notice it, so I walked over, I pulled it off, and I apologized for it.
Okay.
So he ended up writing both of us up.
Okay. All right. Tell me about First Step House. What do you know about that program?
I know it's an all-male facility. My father's in it right now. He's getting ready to graduate. They helped me get on my SSDI. They helped me with everything I need to do to get my disability, everything like that. And then they give me, after I graduate the program, they'll give me a year sober living voucher. So that while I'm doing that, I can get my SSDI through and everything like that. And then I can get on housing through my disability and be able to find myself a house and have the money to pay for myself to have housing.
All right. Well, I think those are all the questions that I have for you. What questions do you have for me?
My question, just because as far as I know, they failed to file on my charges. They're not going to file on my charges, the 2 misdemeanors. They allowed, because of my parole violation, they just let me go my parole violation. My only question is if you'll please give me another chance to parole and be able to go to First Step House so that I can actually be successful and not have a problem with women this time, and like get into housing and have housing, because that's my biggest problem, is being homeless and running around. If I have a place to live and everything like that, then I don't have to be homeless and run around getting high and everything. I can stay at home. I can get my disability. I can go help my dad, work with him, and I can help my sister with her kids, and be able to see my kids.
Okay. All right. Agent Walsh, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Ms. Conyers?
Oh, thank you.
All right, Mr. Burke, what I'll do is I'll accept your admissions on the allegations and recommend that your parole date of October 15, 2024 be revoked.
Okay.
I'm going to take this case under advisement. I'll write a report. I'll present the council's recommendation as well as APMP's recommendation to the board members, and they'll decide how they want to proceed. With those charges out there, it is possible that they'll continue this for a paper review or schedule an evidentiary hearing to see what's going on with those. A probable cause statement was filed, even though a court case hasn't been filed. They did file a probable cause statement, so the board may want to see what's going on there. You should get their decision within a couple of weeks. If you have contact with anybody on the outside, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week, because the decision will be posted there first.
Yeah.
And they can let you know it was decided, so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay, what does an evidentiary hearing, or what does a probable cause statement mean? I have no idea what that means.
Ms. Conyers, do you want to answer that since it's a legal question?
So, well, the probable cause statement is a summary of the police summary of the events as they see it, when you're arrested and when you were booked in. An evidentiary hearing is, even though charges aren't filed with the court, APMP can still proceed with an evidentiary hearing. You can also just admit to those allegations. I don't know exactly what those allegations are at this time.
False info to a police officer and criminal trespass, both as a misdemeanor.
I suppose I don't know that we have to wait for an amendment. If you wanted to talk to me about whether you want to admit to a potential amendment to those charges, I suppose we could talk about that right now. I suppose that's one thing we could probably do.
I don't know, Ms. Conyers. I don't know that the board would accept anything since they're not allegations at this point.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking too. So unfortunately,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Just for clarification purposes, the just misdemeanors thing is I need that to not be the mentality of Mr. Burke. Not that this needs to be a matter of record, but that mentality of just misdemeanors, one of the root causes of why we find ourselves in these difficult positions that we're currently in with this case. However, the Class A misdemeanor is not just false personal info, it's false personal info of being an actual other person, which, based upon what I've read, it looks like, or it's alleged that he used somebody's name who he knows. So the behavior is not just, hey, I just used somebody else's name. He went a step further and used somebody that he knows. So, and that's a Class A misdemeanor, and that's the way it was. That was one of the charges that he was booked into jail on.
Yeah. So we'll just have to see, we'll have to kind of see how the board wants to proceed and go from there, Mr. Burke.
Okay.
Okay. Anything from anybody? Sorry, Ms.
I was
Connors.
just gonna tell Mr. Burke he can stay in touch with me and I'll try and keep him posted, but that's all I can offer at this
How
time.
do I stay in touch with you?
You can call my office, you can write down my number.
Well, I can't write period, so.
Sorry, I didn't know if you were, my name is Kate Conyers. You can have a family member try and get in touch with me or somebody.
Okay.
I'm very easy to find, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you.
This is time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Bryce Adam Sevy, offender number 203-053. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Miguel Sosa from APNP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Sosa, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Sevy, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with counsel on Monday?
Yes,
All right, thank you. So it looks like APNP has 3 allegations against you. Kate, do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Formal reading. Yeah, motion to amend number 2 to a technical that's indicated in the PC statement, but just wanted to make sure that that was amended in the language as well. And then
Yes.
he'll admit on 1, no contest in 2, and 3, admit on 3.
All right. All right, Mr. Sevy, Ms. Conyers had indicated that you'd be willing to admit to allegations 1 and 3 and plead no contest allegation 2 as a technical violation today. Is this correct?
Correct.
Okay, before I accept these pleas, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If I accept these pleas today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. I'll accept your pleas to these allegations. Recommend the board revoke your December 6th of 2022 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Yes, thank you. What we'd asked to do is he does expire in about 8 months, but it sounds like he wants to stabilize with first if he can. So he does have a place to live with his mom in Salt Lake City and a job at Burger King. And he's happy to do outpatient at Valley Behavioral Health or otherwise. But it sounds like instead of just terminating on the inside, he would ask for that stability first and another opportunity at parole so that by the time he does expire that he's stabilized. Thank you.
Thank you. Agent Sosa, what's your recommendation?
I would recommend 180 days incarcerated. That'd be pushing up right by the expiration. So if he wants to parole at that point and try to stabilize a little bit before actually terminating or expirating in this case, that's our recommendation.
Okay. That would give him about 5 months on parole?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Sevy, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APNP. Tell me what happened on this parole.
I got some dirties and I was sent to Ford 2 Treatment Center. At Ford 2 Treatment Center, I had a verbal outburst and was sent back to prison.
Tell me why you had a verbal outburst.
A cop called me retarded and I just snapped.
Okay. Obviously, I'm not condoning the officer calling you that. How could you have handled that better?
I could have used the coping skills that I've learned and just kept my mouth shut and just went about my day.
Okay. I mean, it kind of sounds like, obviously, you received a copy of the warrant request, but that it just kind of escalated.
Yeah.
And obviously, I wasn't there, so I don't know specifically what happened, but that there was really no de-escalation at all.
No, I
From not only you, but also it seems like APNP as well.
Yeah, I let my anger get the best of me.
Okay. I mean, obviously, the concerning one is in the warrant request was a statement that while being transported to the jail, You stated, you made multiple threats against the officer saying you were going to kill all cops.
I don't remember stating
Okay.
that.
Okay. All right. And then that you didn't mind going back to prison because you could just get high here. You remember saying that?
I don't. So
Okay. All right. Okay.
if I did, I'd take full responsibility for my actions and I apologize. I don't remember saying those. But if they're in the report, then I could have said them.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to downplay it and not take responsibility for what happened.
All right. Okay. I mean, you were on parole for quite a while, yeah?
2 years.
2 years?
Working 2
Yeah.
jobs.
Almost 2 years? 2 years? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you had quite a few dirties, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What's your drug of choice?
Methamphetamines.
Were you under the influence when you were arrested?
It was still in my system.
Okay. When was the last time you used? Was it just a couple days prior or a week prior?
Like a couple days before I went to the halfway house.
Okay. How long were you at the halfway house?
4 days.
Okay. Okay. How much were you using?
I don't know.
How often were you using?
Every day.
Every day. Okay. All right. Are you still gang affiliated?
No, I'm not.
Okay. How's your mental health?
I struggle with mental stuff.
Okay. What have you been diagnosed with?
Bipolar 1 with mania, schizoaffective, and borderline personality.
Take any medications?
I take a few right now, but not.
Do you remember what you take?
All I take right now is Trileptal and Abilify.
How are those working for you?
They help, but I'm not getting all my medications that I need here.
Okay. What do you take when you're out in the community?
I take Cymbalta, I take Seroquel, I take Trileptal, I take Abilify injectable, I take Prazosin. I take Suboxone, I take Gabapentin.
Okay. What do you take the gabapentin for?
Nerve damage.
Okay. How's your physical health?
I mean, I'm pretty healthy, I guess, for my age. I can work.
Okay. Are you doing any programming right now?
I'm working in the culinary, and then I just got into living in balance.
Okay. How long have you been living in balance?
I start that Tuesday,
Okay.
the 18th, and it's a 12 to 14 week program.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Right. What would you like the board to decide? Do you want another parole or do you just want to?
I would like another parole. I thought I was doing pretty good. I had some slip ups with, I mean, at the time when my last UA, I was working 2 jobs.
Okay.
I had to quit my jobs to go to the halfway house.
Where were you working?
Burger King and a 7-Eleven.
Okay.
I still have a job at Burger King when I get out.
You don't want to go back to Valley Behavioral
For the forensics, yes.
for forensics? Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
I apologize for what happened, and I take full responsibility for my actions. And whatever happens, I will accept and try and move forward with my life and just better myself as much as I can.
If the board orders, say, like a CCC stabilization, are you willing to go there?
The halfway house?
Yeah.
I don't know, because I feel like the halfway house is kind of setting you up for failure.
Okay.
The cops treat you like crap there. I mean, we're supposed to treat them like royalty, and they treat us so crappy there.
Okay. I get that. Have you heard of what it's called, the MHSS program? It's mental health services.
I have not.
Okay. Given what you've told me you've been diagnosed with, it does seem like you qualify for that program. If the board does order that, would you be willing to participate in that program before you say yes or no? It would be that you get released to a halfway house. It would not be Fortitude. It would be Atherton, which is where that program is. It helps a lot with mental health, make sure that you're stable on your medications, make sure that you're doing okay mentally. Would you be willing to participate in that?
Yeah, I definitely would love help with my mental health.
All right. Okay. Thank you. That helps because like I said, it is a good program. You do have to go, unfortunately, to the halfway house, at least for a little bit, but it's not Fortitude, like I said, and it's a good program. I will check with one of my colleagues, make sure that you do qualify, but my understanding is that you should, okay?
Okay.
All right. With that, Mr. Sevy, here's what will happen going forward is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. It takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through in mail.
Okay.
If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as a decision is entered, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sevy.
Thank you.
We'll conclude this hearing. This is time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Christopher England, offender number 146202. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent John Sessions from APNP on video. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. England, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. And you received your blue disclosure packet? You have
Yeah.
it with you? Okay. Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I did.
All right. Okay. So it looks like you do have one pending case for now. It's case number 241914749. You've been charged with possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person as a third-degree felony. Date of offense was November 22nd, 2024. And this case is set for a preliminary hearing on February 20th of 2025. So with that, Kate, do you waive formal reading of the allegations? And are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading of the allegations. There won't be any pleas today. We'll enter denials. I was hoping we could get a little more information on what to expect with numbers 1 and 2.
Yeah, I was as well. So here's what'll happen, Mr. England. I will enter denials to all of the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to allow this pending case to get resolved in court.
Yeah, because they should be dismissing those charges.
So once this case is resolved, please submit a letter, write a letter to the board letting them know it's been resolved.
I don't read or write.
Okay, have somebody call, notify the board if you want, okay?
Okay.
Somehow that.
Okay, I'll figure that out.
Yeah, even if it's, a cellmate or somebody else or the case manager, they can send an email to the board letting us know that it's been resolved. And then we'll get you back on a hearing as soon as possible, okay?
Okay.
And then Agent Sessions, as Ms. Conyers has indicated, as soon as possible, will you please update the board on the investigation, any possible charges, if they're going to be filed, if they're not going to be filed, related to allegations 1 and 2, please?
I will.
With that, Mr. England, do you have any questions for me?
What are allegations 1 and 2?
Do you want to know what they are?
Yeah, I don't read.
Oh, that's right.
I
Okay.
didn't read.
That was going to be my next question. With you not being able to read or write, we can go over these as well.
I mean, we don't need to. I know that one of them's for the possession of the.
Right. Okay. So I'll just let you know. Allegation number 1 is by having committed or having by convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, fraud on or about October 24th of 2024.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Allegation number 2 is the exact same, by having
okay.
committed or been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, fraud by wire on or about October 24th of 2024.
Now, if they haven't filed on those charges at all.
So here's what'll happen. Let me finish the allegations.
Sorry, I'm
and then we'll
really
talk about that.
confused.
Nope, that's fine. Number 3, allegation number 3 is by having purchased, possessed, owned, used, or had control of any explosive, firearm, ammunition, or dangerous weapon, including archery equipment or crossbows on or about October 24th of 2024. Then allegation number 4 is related to the pending charge, the court case, by having committed or having convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, or by having associated with the person involved in criminal activity on or about November 22nd of 2024. So here's what will happen is like I said, we're going to continue this hearing to another day to allow that court case to get resolved.
So once that's resolved, then we just.
Then we'll continue. Now, if charges have not been filed related to allegations 1 or 2, which is a fraud or fraud by wire,
Yeah.
then the board will then conduct a hearing, the PV hearing, the pro violation hearing, okay?
Do I come to that?
Yeah, you'll come to that.
Okay.
Just like this, we'll actually conduct a hearing. It'll be here, okay? If charges are filed related to those allegations, then the board will then continue with the PV paper review and allow that case to be resolved before they conduct a hearing, okay?
Oh, okay.
So it's basically right now, we're just waiting on Salt Lake City PD, the prosecutor's office and the court to figure out what's going on before the board makes a decision on your release, okay?
Oh, okay, because according to my attorneys, they were never gonna file on any of those charges.
Yeah, until the board hears definitively.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
Because the attorneys might say, yeah, they're not gonna file on those charges, and then Salt Lake City PD or the prosecutor changes their mind and says, yeah, we're gonna file.
I don't understand any of this.
It's
Yeah, so, okay, I'll just wait.
it's somewhat complicated, not once you understand it. It's right now, unfortunately, we're just gonna play the waiting game.
Okay.
Okay.
And my attorney up there, she'll still represent me in the board, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Ms. Conyers will represent you with the board as long as you want her to, allow her to.
Okay.
Okay? You can, if you don't want Ms. Conyers to represent you, you are absolutely free to hire an attorney of your own.
No, she's good. She's good.
If you want to, and this does not affect anything in the court, right? So when you go to court, your public defender or your attorney in the court case will represent you in the court case, okay?
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't change anything.
Okay. Okay, I get it.
All right. Any other questions for me, Mr. England?
No, can I say hi to my parole agent?
Absolutely.
Okay, because
Hey there.
hey,
Hopefully you're feeling better.
I am lots better. And I just
good.
want everybody to know he saved my life. I love that dude.
Well, good.
Thank you very
All right.
much.
I'm glad to hear that. That makes a good,
So he
not
did.
only pro agent, but person, right?
Yeah, he's a good person.
All right.
You have a good day.
You too.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Mr. England. Thank you. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jason John Guyman, offender number 158543. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting this hearing today.
Okay.
With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Stephen Baker on video. Can you see them both?
Yeah. I mean, I don't have my glasses, but yeah.
Okay. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Baker this afternoon, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please.
Scoot this up here.
That's just the best of your ability. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Guyman, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
I did.
Okay. All right, so Kate, Mr. Guyman, okay, the first one, he does have a pending case. This is just for your information. It's not going to affect the outcome of the hearing today. It's case number 245421190, in that you were charged with driving on denied and speeding. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Date of offense was October 25th, 2024. Now, because you didn't show up, because most likely you're incarcerated, the court did issue a warrant. So like I said, it's not going to affect the hearing today. Once you're released, make sure you contact the court.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Second case is case number 241913951. In that, it looks like you pled guilty to DV-related assault as a Class B misdemeanor and property damage destruction, also a Class B misdemeanor. And the court sentenced you to credit for time served and closed the case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will take judicial notice of those two new convictions. It's attached to allegation number 1.
Okay.
With that, Kate, do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, he will waive formal reading. There are no motions. He'll admit to 1 through 3.
All right, Mr. Guyman. Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to these allegations today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you and would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept your admissions to the allegations. Recommend the board revoke your June 25th of 2024 parole. And for your information, this is just kind of a caution. The court in that case also ordered a continuous protective order for the victim, okay? So that means no contact with her.
No.
If you have contact with her, it could be a new felony charge for you.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely good on that.
Okay, all right. I'm glad we understand that. With that, Kate, I will turn the time over to you.
Thank you. Just some additional information. When he was paroled, was his third parole. He did First Step House last time, and it sounds like he finished that program when he was paroled there. He was a full-time student, and so it was really hard for him to get treatment done on the weekends. And that's kind of what led to him not completing that treatment, numbers 2 and 3. What he's asking for this time is not to parole there, but to parole home to his sister, who provides him with really good support and will be able to help him with that transition. He was in college as doing diesel mechanic and had FAFSA to help him pay for that, and hopes that he can get home as soon as possible so he can be in the next session of school. He thinks that'd be the summer session. He will make sure to work out so that he can complete treatment as well. He has already been in touch, or his sister has, with Changes Counseling in Sandy. They have a course on Saturdays, so he would be able to continue going to school and getting the treatment that he needs. One thing that he wanted to address with the board is that he was tested at the prison, and his UA test was positive for amphetamines and marijuana. He does have a medicinal marijuana card. There wasn't a write-up, but he wanted to be forthcoming and with that information. And that's all I have for now.
Okay. Thank you. Agent Baker, what's your recommendation?
I recommend that he finish one of the treatment programs at Fortitude directly, and only Fortitude. He did relatively well when he was at the residential, but as soon as he left residential, it all kind of fell apart. As far as the schooling goes, I have had no information that he was going to school. And I just want the board to be aware, this is the third time I've had to go after him with the marshals because he refused to turn himself in, even though he agreed to, last time we talked on the phone.
Okay, thank you. So what program do you want him to do at Fortitude?
He looked like he was previously ordered the R suit, which I'd be fine with. Whatever the board feels is appropriate, as long as it's at the Fortitude. That way, you have a greater chance of him finishing the program before he's released into the community on his own accord.
Okay.
And this is
okay,
partly due to his history, that he's got a lot of DV history and a lot of violent history. So I just want to get as much benefit of the program before he's released into the community.
Okay, thank you. Okay. As you're well aware, the board does not order specific halfway houses, so that'll be up to APMP. If the board does order a halfway house, that you guys figure out which one he goes to.
Yeah, that's why I kind of left it open, so.
Okay.
My question would be to the board and Mr. Agent Baker, as he knows, I'm not in orange because I'm in trouble in the prison. I don't have any write-ups in the prison, past 8 years, no assaults, nothing
Right.
like that.
You're in orange because of an SL4.
Yes, correct. So I'm not an active gang member. If we could figure out maybe something, I mean, I don't mind, I definitely don't mind what Agent Baker says. I always agree with him. He's always been a straight shooter to me. I just, with the gang stuff, I'm just trying to avoid all that and anything that may occur from that. And I don't know if the board's aware, there's gang members that do go there.
Oh, yeah.
But I really just try to avoid that. So I'm open to doing anything y'all need me to do.
Okay.
I mean, if I have to go to Fortitude or even another one, halfway house, I don't mind doing that. I'm just trying to get the violence end out of it because I try to check every box that I could. I'm still not perfect. I still mess up. But I've made little changes here and there to try to make my situation a little bit better. But I don't mind doing anything, even if I don't have to go to the halfway house or whatnot. I don't mind if y'all stick an ankle monitor on me and have to monitor me that way. I'm just trying to avoid
All right.
the violence.
Well, it's just recommendation.
Right.
Right. There's no guarantee the board's going to order a halfway house. The board may order an ankle monitor anyways.
Okay.
But if the board does order a halfway house, part of the condition of completing the halfway house is the ankle monitor as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
All right. Okay. Tell me what happened on this parole, Mr. Guyman.
I mean, it's pretty clear cut and dry. I was doing good up until the incident. I seen some red flags with the relationship. I tried to leave the relationship. Obviously an argument ensued. Things happened. I left. The next day, Mr. Baker called me and told me that they may or may not be screening new charges. I said, okay. I stayed out till the weekend. Then he asked me to turn myself in. I said I was going to turn myself in. I was trying to figure out a couple more things. I didn't turn myself in. I was at a family member's house when I was arrested. So yeah, I was placing some property there. I got arrested. There was no incident in my arrest. I got arrested, and he's Mr. Baker's right.
Why didn't you turn yourself in?
Well, I'm gonna be honest, because I'm stupid. I don't know how much clear cut more dry. I don't know how much clear cut dry I can say.
I mean, yeah.
I don't have even a remote honest answer of why I didn't. I was stupid.
All right. I mean, that's a pretty honest answer, and that's the short of it, right?
Yeah.
It's I mean, Baker gave yourself to turn give you a chance to turn yourself in, and when APMP gives you that opportunity, that's something you should take advantage of.
Yes, sir.
Right? Because when the board sees a report and it says Mr. Guyman agreed to turn himself in and then turned himself in, the board sees that as a positive, right?
Yes, sir.
When the board sees that you were now basically hiding out at a family member's house and had to be arrested by VFAST, the board sees that as somewhat of a negative, right?
Yes, sir.
Even if nothing happens and you go willingly with VFAST, the show of force is somewhat a negative light,
Understandable.
right? Okay. All right. So he tests positive for meth and medical
Or
marijuana.
and amphetamine. I have a,
Amphetamine?
I have an Adderall prescription. I got an Adderall prescription for school so I could focus. I didn't get a chance to give that prescription to Mr. Baker, but for the marijuana, I did give that one to him. When I had it, so I sent a copy to him of that. So
How come you didn't tell him that you were going to school?
Well, I did have, I thought I had told him, but, I was going to community college.
Okay.
So, I didn't start school until October, so I wasn't at school, but,
Did you give him a copy of the school registration?
no, but I do have copies of that.
As of right now, it's a little.
Yeah, it's kind of late.
right?
Yeah, right. But I have been enrolled in Solid Community College. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, okay. Because I did note, Ms. Conyer said, but you do have a pending disciplinary for testing positive.
Yeah,
If you haven't seen the IDHO, we're not going to talk about it.
I haven't
want you-
seen them, no.
Okay. See them first before we discuss it, all right? Because it might be dismissed, it might not be discussed, we don't know. And as we talked about, you have an SL4 with QVO, and that's why you're in orange.
yes, sir.
Okay. How's your mental health?
It's good.
What have you been diagnosed with?
Well, in the past, bipolar disorder.
And I'm assuming ADHD.
Yes, sir.
Because you take Adderall. Okay. Do you take any other medications?
No.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Besides I'm getting fat again, I'm good.
It happens when you come back.
Yeah.
Okay. And you want to go to changes?
Yes, sir.
When you go to changes, here's my advice to you. Make sure you give Agent Baker proof that you're going to changes, sign their release of information so they can talk. Okay, because it's much like the school registration. If you come back here and you're like, oh, I was going to changes, I got proof, it's too little too late,
Yes, sir.
right? And, you want to live with your sister?
Yeah, that's always been the best place. My first parole I was out for about 9 months and I did really well until I didn't. Well, actually I had moved out, and that's, as like Mr. Baker said, every time that I'm not, my structure falls apart, I fall apart a little bit. So,
Okay.
but that's always been the best place for me.
What city does she live in?
She lives in Salt Lake.
Is that where you were arrested?
No, I was arrested. You arrested me at my niece Sabrina's house, and she works for Odyssey House. So
Okay. All right, okay. And you're going to go back to school?
yes, sir.
Do you have plans for employment, or you're just going to be a full-time student?
No, I do have plans for employment, and I'm gonna try to work nights so I can do full time in the day for school.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
just want to get that education taken care of.
Do you have
Important.
what type of industry you want to work in, or do you know?
I'm working in diesel informative technology.
Okay.
So maintaining and building diesel
Yep.
engines.
Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, Solid Community College has a great diesel mechanic program. If you did not know, Weaver State and UVU also have great diesel mechanic programs where you can actually get a bachelor's degree.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that
So-
about those two. I just know my fat.
Do good, great growth. I actually have some friends who earned degrees in diesel mechanics from Weaver State. Great program, okay?
Yeah, my brother-in-law, that's one of the things he does. He's a diesel mechanic for UTA.
Okay.
Where I live with my sister, and so he's trying to help me get onto there.
Okay, well, good. It's a solid employer. And if you do get on, make sure you take advantage of their tuition assistance program. Okay? Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
Just, I'd like another chance at parole, get home, get back doing what I was doing right instead of what I was doing wrong. And it looks like you guys took notice of things that I was doing right. So I appreciate that.
I mean, when APMP tells us, we always take notice, right? It's not always just the bad. We want to know the good too. Okay, we spoke about the protective order.
Yes, sir.
The board is going to order no contact with her as well.
Now, may I ask Baker, is there a way when I do come home to get my property, I could call you, maybe we could travel out there and pick it up, or you could pick it up for me, because I don't want to have no contact with nobody.
We can discuss that when you get out.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you.
Yeah, discuss that with Agent Baker. Here's another option is that you can call the local police department, explain the situation and that there's a no contact order. All local police departments are willing to help you out
Okay.
as well. Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. Guyman, here's what will happen going forward is I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week.
Okay, thank you.
It takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as a decision is entered. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Guyman. We'll conclude this hearing. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Danny Chavez, offender number 203387. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Drew Johnson from APNP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Chavez, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Ahead of time, yeah.
Okay. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers on Monday?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
All right, thank you. So Kate, looks like Mr. Chavez, he did have a pending case number 2410011498. He pled guilty to criminal trespass notice against entry as a Class B misdemeanor. Court sentenced him to credit for time served and closed the case. I will attach that to allegation number 5. And then he has case number 2415011371 for theft of services, Class B misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct after being asked to cease as a Class C misdemeanor. Did you go to court for that this morning?
Oh, for the Class C one?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Okay, you were supposed to go to court this morning, so I'll figure out what's going on with that.
Yeah, I was going to go to court for those. I'm still waiting to go to court for those.
Yeah, and then you have case number 2414033809, and that one's criminal mischief, loss of $1,500 to $4,999. That's a secondary felony. That case is set for a preliminary waiver on February 11th of 2025. So with that, Kate, do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we will waive formal reading at this time. We will just enter denials, I guess, except for number 5. We can handle that either way, but we'll ask for a continuance at this time for 30 days. Mr. Chavez thinks that should be enough to handle that, that last case you mentioned.
Okay. All right, that's perfect. Okay, Mr. Chavez, here's what'll happen is I'll enter denials to all of the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called the PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to allow them or to allow you to get this court case resolved. Okay? Once your cases are resolved, will you please notify the board, either writing them a letter, or having somebody call, telling them that it's been resolved, and then we'll get you back on a calendar as soon as possible, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me, sir? All right. With that, we'll conclude this hearing then. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Thanks, Drew. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Joey Wood Seahair, offender number 211425. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting a hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Miguel Sosa from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. And for the record, Agent Sosa was sworn in at a previous hearing, and he is still under oath. Mr. Seahair, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
I did.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Kate, Mr. Seahair did have a pending case. It's case number 241913965. In that he pled guilty to child abuse with injury, Class B misdemeanor. Mr. Seahair, what sentence did the court impose?
The court imposed 30 days, time served, case closed for the Class B misdemeanor.
All right, perfect. Thank you. With that, Kate, do you waive formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading of the allegations. There are no motions. He'll admit to both of the allegations.
All right. All right, Mr. Seahair, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit both allegations. Is this correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir, I do.
I'll accept your admissions to both allegations, recommend the board revoke your December 5th of 2023 parole, and I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. Mr. Seahair would basically like to pick up where he left off. We're asking for 90 days and another opportunity at parole. He will likely need to start at Fortitude until a family member of his provides him with an address to an apartment where he can stay. Otherwise, he plans to just pick up where he left off with the same job at Epic Windows and Doors, back into therapy, where he was receiving a lot of help for his sobriety. He's maintained sobriety for 3 years and hopes to continue doing that. He hopes to get into some physical therapy that he needs. And one of his main priorities is his daughter, who is currently living with his sister. He'd like to try and help her get into Job Corps or boarding school or somewhere where she can thrive. So those are his requests at this time.
Okay, thank you. Agent Sosa, what's your recommendation?
We recommend 365 incarcerated since it was an assault on a minor, and no contact until he has completed anger management and ODV.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Seahair, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APMP. Ms. Conyers mentioned a daughter. Is this the same person that was the victim in this chase? Can you hear me, Mr. Seahair?
No, yeah, it was not my daughter. No, she wasn't in this case.
Okay, not the same person?
No.
Okay, all right. Do you still have a relationship with that child's parent?
With my daughter?
The one that was the victim in this abuse, child
No,
abuse.
I don't have a relationship with her other than we co-parent.
Okay. But the child was your child?
Yeah, it was my son.
Okay. How old is your son?
16 years old.
Okay. All right, okay. How old's your daughter?
17.
Okay. Okay. Tell me what happened on this parole.
On parole, you said?
Yeah.
So I was released from prison on December 5th of 2023. At that time, I was in Fortitude for 3 months, reorganizing my life after being incarcerated for 27 months. I got into substance abuse programs. I got a recommendation to finish that treatment, and I also got a recommendation to do therapy, which I've been doing since I've been released from prison in 2023. After 3 months in Fortitude, I got an apartment. After 2 months at Fortitude, I got a job with Epic Windows and Doors. I've been working with them for the entire year up until I got incarcerated this time. Shortly after, I would say 1 week after I got the apartment, I got custody of my kids, and they've been living with me ever since. I had them in school, I had them in therapy, and I was rebuilding the relationship after being out of their lives for 27 weeks or 27 months. And I think the entire time I was doing my best as a single parent because it was just me, my son, and daughter. And while maintaining my sobriety, I've been sober for over 3 years now. And I believe that my son, he was going through some things in life, and he was really having trouble identifying who he is. And he was causing a lot of issues in and out of school, in and out of home. And just in general, he was having a hard time in life. And when this case happened, we had a disagreement, and when everything went down, a witness had said that I was hitting my son. I spoke to my parole officer about my son and his behavior prior to this incident, and he had told me that it was okay for me to restrain my son. So I was trying to restrain my son, and when everything happened, I've just been here waiting to finish the case. And so they offered me a plea deal, and I took the plea deal. And so now
How did you restrain your son?
I held him by the arms and I put him in a car, and he
So
jumped.
how did he get this swollen face and a bloody lip?
Before I had gone to the house, he was into an altercation with somebody at my sister's house. I think it was either his sister or my sister, but he was causing problems at her house, throwing things around their apartment. And so I think that he could have gotten the injury then, or while I was restraining him, he could have gotten hurt then as well, because he would jump out of the back of the car. And then when I got him back in the car, I tried to leave him in the car, and I told him to stay there because prior to that, he was running away. He had ran away from the house for a week, and I just didn't want him to be in the streets at that time. It was early November, and it was starting to get really cold, and so I was really concerned with him running away again. So I just wanted him to stay where he was.
Did you notify the police when he ran away?
I actually did talk to my parole officer about it. And I think it was like when I did talk to my parole officer about it, like he had already ran away and then came home.
Okay.
But I didn't call at the time when he left.
Okay. Where's your son now?
He's in Wyoming. Last I knew, he was with his mother or my cousin. I don't know the specifics of where he is. I just know somewhere in Wyoming.
Okay. And your daughter, where does she live?
She was living with my sister, where this incident occurred.
Okay. Is she still there?
She is, but I think she's looking to get into my cousin's my cousin's home. He has like a house and like multiple bedrooms, so she's trying to like move there. My sister just had a baby, and it is her and her boyfriend and her baby. So my daughter
What city
is
does she live in?
my sister.
Yeah.
West Jordan.
Okay. Okay. Because most likely what will happen is the board will probably order no contact with your son unless approved by APMP. Okay?
Okay.
That's pretty standard. Anytime there is a domestic violent related incident, okay?
I see.
Okay. So what that means is that, as Agent Sosa recommended, completion of DV treatment. So that means you're gonna have to get into domestic violence treatment and then talk to your agent. Okay? And then they can approve contact with your son.
Okay.
That not only protects your son, it also protects you to make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to.
I understand.
Okay? I know it's hard to hear a lot of times, but unfortunately it's necessary, okay?
My son has actually lived with me his entire life, and I guess the silver lining here in this situation is his mother has finally stepped up and helped him out.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's very discouraging. It's very difficult, and I understand the severity of the situation.
Well, like I said, the board understands that as well. That's why they don't just strictly say no contact, right? The board wants you to have a healthy and positive relationship with both of your children. But initially, there's going to have to be some sort of guardrail and safety device to make sure that it is a healthy and positive relationship, okay?
Okay.
You've been sober for 3 years. Congratulations. That's something to be proud of.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Like I said, not only I personally, but the board understands how difficult that can be and is. And so that's something you should be proud of. Okay?
Yeah.
My encouragement to you is don't let this take away your sobriety.
I understand.
Okay? How's your mental health?
I actually have spoken with a therapist here in Davis County, where I've been incarcerated this entire time. I believe I've handled a lot of this situation as best as I could with the capabilities that I have available.
Good.
I definitely think that staying in therapy is one of the bigger crutches and things that I use to take care of my mental health. So I would say I'm doing well with all things considered.
Good. You know, you said it was a crutch. I wouldn't call it a crutch. It's a tool, right? I mean, it's a way for you to appropriately handle mental health issues. And that's another thing you should, be proud of, that you're handling this appropriately, talking to mental health. You've recognized the need to speak with mental health, and that's positive, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Once you're released, I encourage you to continue talking with mental health providers. Okay.
Okay.
Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
I haven't been diagnosed with anything pertaining like mental health, but I have been through like therapy throughout my life.
Okay.
When I was younger, I was in foster care and I went to therapy as a younger man. As a young boy, really, I was probably 10 at the time. And other than substance abuse, I haven't been diagnosed with anything.
Okay, good. Do you take any medications?
No, sir.
How's your physical health?
I think I have great physical health.
Okay, good. And you are currently enrolled in PV Living and Balance, PV Life and Balance there at Davis County?
Yes, sir, I am.
How are those going for you?
I think that the classes are are very useful reminders of a lot of knowledge that I have already. For example, the last class I was in was a vocational training class, and I've really utilized my time incarcerated to study more about myself, and I've read books that I would think have really helped me along the way. I think Daring Greatly is a great mention by Brene Brown, and it's about the strength of vulnerability. Another one would be like Mastery, and taking an apprenticeship and trying to pursue mastery of a vocation. So I think the classes have been helpful, and I'm not going to say that I enjoy them completely, but I definitely understand the value in these classes.
Okay, good. All right. You want to go to Fortitude when you're released? Is that correct?
Yeah, I would imagine that's the best situation for me at the time.
Okay.
Just
Good.
because I have history there, and I kind of understand the program and what my schedule, routine, and work situation would be there.
Okay, good. When the board orders a release, if they order a halfway house, even if they don't, there's a program called transition. So if that's what your request, let AP&P know, let your case manager know. The board does not order specific halfway houses. Okay, so there's no guarantee you would be released to Fortitude.
Okay.
But make sure you talk with your case manager and AP&P, that's your preference.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify, was my recommendation from my parole officer 365 days in jail?
Yeah.
Okay.
Once again, I know a lot of people kind of get anxiety when they hear a recommendation. Please note it's just a recommendation. Okay, the board is not obligated to agree with that. They could agree with Ms. Conyers, who recommended 90 days in a parole. They could agree with Agent Sosa. They could go somewhere in between. Okay.
All right. I understand.
So I don't know what they're going to decide. So like I said, I know a lot of people, once they hear 365, that they kind of get anxiety and panic. It's just a recommendation. The board is not necessarily going to agree with that. They may not. Who knows? Even I don't know. Okay. I won't know until the board makes a decision.
All right. I just would like to say, when I had spoke about this with Officer Sosa, that he was recommending 90 days before, and I was just clarifying to see if it was 365 that he said no. So
okay. Yep.
Thank you for clarifying that for me.
Okay.
If Joey wants clarification, it would have been 90s if the charges had been dismissed, but seeing that it's guilty and it's stating that something happened there that caused the abuse of your child. So we can't just turn a blind eye on it.
Okay.
Does that make sense, Mr. C here?
I do understand.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you would like the board to know?
Well, I appreciate your time today, and I think I've gotten everything across.
Okay.
And that's everything.
So here's what'll happen going forward is I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered. Okay.
All right. I understand.
All right. Thank you, Mr. C here. We'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sosa. Roberts, how are you doing?
Good, how are you doing?
Good. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Gerardo K. Phillip, offender number 189930. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. And I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. Okay. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Travis Roberts from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Roberts, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down and have a seat. Mr. Phillip, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Kate, the board conducted a PV hearing back in March, continued it pending charges. Now, the board accepted Mr. Phillip's admissions to allegations 1 through 3, and then continued it pending the charges. He had case number 241908410, and in that he pled guilty to failure to respond to officer signal to stop as a third-degree felony. And then aggravated assault, a third-degree felony, providing peace officer false personal info, a Class A misdemeanor, reckless driving, a Class B misdemeanor, driving on denied, a Class C misdemeanor, operating a vehicle without insurance, a Class C misdemeanor, were all dismissed. Court sentenced him to credit for time served and closed that case. So I will take judicial notice of that new conviction, attach it to allegation number 5. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading. We have some of both. We'll maintain our admissions on 1 through 3. We'll ask to strike 4, and then 6 through 9, as those were dismissed or not filed, in exchange for the plea in number 5, and then we'll admit to number 5 as you previously indicated.
All right, okay. Adrian Roberts, what do you want to do with allegations 4 and 6 through 9? Looks like those were all dismissed in court.
Yeah, we'll just dismiss them. I didn't actually supervise. So I'm just kind of following up, but yeah, we'll just go along with the dismissal, I guess.
All right. Okay, Mr. Phillip. Ms. Conyers has indicated he'd be willing to affirm your admission to allegations 1 through 3 and admit to allegation 5 today based upon your conviction in court. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you. Be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If I accept these admissions today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Okay, I'll accept your admissions for those allegations. Recommend the board revoke your November 28th of 2023 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Yes, thank you. It seems like Mr. Phillip has been in custody for approximately a year. So he's asking for credit for time served for that year. And then another, an immediate release with another parole where he expects to start that as a halfway house. Sounds like he does have a warehouse job and expects to do treatment. His priority is to stay sober. So he is asking for that opportunity. That's all I have to share right now.
Thank you. Major Roberts, what's your recommendation?
That he just had spent the 180 days time served.
Are you recommending he go back to the halfway house?
Sorry, what was? Sorry.
See, Mr. Phillip, do you have an address in the community you can parole to?
Yes, I have my family. Also, I can, I talked to my brother. I can parole to his apartment, or I can go back to a halfway house. Either way,
What city does your brother live in?
in Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake, okay. All right, okay. What happened on this parole?
Well, one day I went to work and I never went back. I was having a bad day. I just, you know. Then I got a call from the APMP from the halfway house, my caseworker, and I tried to call back, but no answer. So, and I was already late, so I decided not to go back.
Okay.
That was my mistake.
Well, I was gonna say, why did you decide not to go back? I mean, if you go back, here's what happens. Maybe you get on some restriction, maybe you get on ankle monitor, but you're definitely not back in prison, right?
Yes, I got scared.
Okay.
Yeah. Thought I was gonna come back.
What were you doing? It looks like you're a fugitive for about a week. What were you doing for that week?
I was just hanging out with my family.
Okay. Tell me what happened that caused you to get arrested. There was a traffic stop and looks like you took off and then somehow, some way you crashed into a nightclub.
Yes, I did.
Tell me what happened.
Well, that night, I went and picked up one of my friends. Then we were going to a club, you know, and then I got pulled over. I stopped. The car registered on my name. It was my car. And so I lied, and then I used my brother's name. And then they knew I was wanted, you know? So, and then from there, when I lied about my name, they tell me to step out the car. That's when I took off.
Why'd you take off?
Took off about 20 seconds.
Okay.
I took off because I was, you know, I was scared. I was fugitive at that time.
And then you crashed through a building. It looks like it was
Yes, I
occupied
did.
by several people.
What's that?
Was it you crashed into a nightclub?
Yes.
And there were people in the
That's
nightclub?
what they said. I don't know. It was too dark that time.
But you did crash into a building?
I did crash, yes.
I mean, I gotta tell you, crashing into a building, you're pretty lucky that now you're not facing some sort of homicide charge. Right?
Yeah.
Do you know what
That's something I regret.
do you know what a vehicle does to the human body?
Yes, I do know.
Okay. So I guess you're lucky in that sense. So are people in the vehicle with you and nightclub patrons, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you use any controlled substances on this parole?
No.
How's your mental health?
It's good.
You ever been diagnosed with any issues?
No, that I know of.
Do you take any medications?
No.
How's your physical health?
It's good.
Are you doing any programming right now?
No.
You have one pending disciplinary, is this correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen the IDHO yet?
No.
Okay. This is not the first time you've absconded while on parole, is it?
No, this is not the first violation.
Why do you keep absconding while on parole?
I don't know.
And then you get arrested for new offenses, and that's what eventually comes back to prison.
Yes.
Okay.
At this time, yes.
What can the board and AP&P do to help you not abscond in the future?
Well, I got a problem with right now, with my immigration status.
Okay.
So for me, every time, like when I get out, I have to wait at least 4 months, you know, to apply for my document.
Okay.
So at that time, I have to wait. So I get bored, you know.
You get bored?
I get bored, yeah, at the halfway house. Yeah.
How can we help you not get bored at the halfway house?
I need to do, you know, get a job.
Okay. Get a job. Does the board need to order more programming to keep you busy?
I did all the program I did.
Okay.
I finished it.
Okay. Now, obviously, given what's going on right now, I don't know what's going to happen with your immigration status. Okay. That's beyond the board's control. I don't know. That's beyond APMP's control. Right now, who knows what's going on? Okay. That's just the way it is. All right. I encourage you to, if you need to, contact an immigration attorney.
Okay.
And have them enlist their help to see what's going on. Maybe they can help you. Okay. Is there anything else you would like the board to know? All right. Okay, Mr. Phillip, here's what will happen going forward. Is I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail.
Okay.
If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered. Okay.
All right.
All right. Here's the one thing I got to caution you, Mr. Phillip, is that your current prison sentence is a life sentence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Every time you come back, you're getting closer to serve that life sentence. Okay. Eventually, the board's just going to give up on you and say you can spend the rest of your life at the Utah State Correctional Facility. Okay. I can tell you that I don't want to see that happen. I can be almost 100% positive that Agent Roberts doesn't want to see that happen. Everybody wants you to be successful. Okay. But every time you abscond from parole, you're one step closer to serving life in prison. Okay.
Yes, I understand.
All right. With that, we will conclude this hearing, Mr. Phillip. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Roberts.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome back, Miguel.
How's it going?
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Kevin Maurice Chukes, offender number 142921. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons of Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kay Conyers, and Agent Miguel Sosa from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes.
All right. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. You can put your hand down. For the record, Agent Sosa was sworn in a previous hearing, and he is still under oath. Mr. Chukes, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So, Kate, Mr. Chukes does have one pending case. It's case number 241914837. In that, he's been charged with domestic violence related kidnapping, second-degree felony, Aggravated assault is a third-degree felony, and damage interrupt communication device is a third-degree felony. Date of offense was November 25th of 2024. This case is set for a disposition hearing on March 17th, 2025. So with that, do you waive formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading of the allegations, and his court case has been set for disposition on March 17th. With that in mind, I would like to enter denials at this time and seek a continuance for 60 days.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chukes, here's what'll happen is I'll enter denials to the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to allow you to resolve this court case. Once this case has been resolved, will you please write a letter to the board letting them know it's been resolved, and then we'll get you back on a calendar as soon as possible, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and one final cleanup, Kate and Agent Sosa, if you will pass this along to Agent Adams, is that LEB here at the prison submitted a report to the board stating that Salt Lake City PD is also investigating Mr. Chukes for violation of a protective order and possible witness tampering. Okay, no charges have been filed yet. I didn't even see that in the e-prosecutor. But the board was notified of this pending investigation. So Agent Sosa, if you could have Agent Adams contact Salt Lake City PD, I can give you their case number and find out what's going on with this.
What is it?
All right, it's Salt Lake City PD case number 25-24768.
All right, I'll get the two.
Like I said, it was a short report. That's all I know about is that they contacted LEB and LEB contacted us. So I'm pretty sure the board, if needed, will request another amended warrant request, if appropriate, okay?
Will do, thank you.
All right. Do you have any questions for me, Mr. Chukes?
No, sir.
All right. With that, we'll schedule the PV paper review. Please write a letter to the board letting them know that this, that the case has been resolved, and then we'll get you back on the calendar, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chukes. We'll conclude this hearing.
I'm done.
Thanks, Miguel.
Thank you. Have a good day.
place set for a parole violation hearing for Ryan Glenn Hull, offender number 229839. Is that you, sir?
That is me.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kay Conyers, and Agent Russell Ontiveros from APMP on video. See that both?
Yep.
All right. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Ontiveros this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Hull, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yep.
Okay, and did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yeah, I did.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Kate, Mr. Hull does have a pending case. It's case number 241915560. This case is set for a scheduling conference on April 15th of 2025. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading. We'll enter denials for now and make a motion to continue for 90 days. I did speak with Mr. Hull. If it resolves sooner than that, he or someone on his behalf will contact the board and let us know so that we can get it back on this calendar.
Perfect. All right. Okay, Mr. Hull, here's what'll happen is I'll enter denials to all of the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to allow this court case to get resolved. Once this case is resolved, will you please write a letter to the board or have somebody contact the board, letting them know it's been resolved, and then we'll get you back on a calendar as soon as possible, okay? If it takes longer than the 90 days, you don't have to notify the board that it's going to take longer. We'll just continue to track it, okay? If it does get resolved prior to 90 days, let us know.
I will.
All right, thank you. And Agent Ontiveros, like I said before we went on the record, will you please submit an amended warrant request, adding more detail to allegations 5 through 8 so that the board knows what's going on? Okay, all right. Thank you. Mr. Hull, do you have any questions for me?
No, I do not.
All right. With that, we will conclude this hearing. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Tooele County. Thanks, Ontiveros. Kate, always a pleasure. We will see you next week.
this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for David Knowles, and your number is 196426, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Knowles, my name is Brett Barrows. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. It's possible I may be taking testimony from you today, so I'm going to swear you in. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, thank you. A couple of procedural things. Did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing today?
No, I have not.
Okay, you didn't get 7 days notice of the hearing?
I didn't. I got it back when I was in RNO about 60 days ago, but they just recently moved me to Dallas 3 days ago, so I probably
So you didn't. All right, and so then my next question would be, did you get your disclosure packet?
Blue packet?
Yeah, your blue packet of the violation, that stuff, did you get that?
Yes.
Okay, and have you had a chance to talk to a board attorney?
Yes, I talked to her.
Okay, and so you are entitled to at least 7 days notice of the hearing. If you want, we can stop the hearing and schedule you for, you know, a week or two down the road, so you have sufficient notice. Or if you're comfortable in doing so, we can go forward with the hearing today. Are you okay with that?
Yes, I can just.
Okay, all right, I'll note that then. And for the record, there were no reports or information that came into the board since you received your blue packet, okay? All right?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have any questions regarding any of the information in your blue packet?
No.
All right, thank you. Before, there's quite a few allegations, 16 total. Before I take pleas to those, I am going to note you do have pending criminal charges right now. They're in case number 251500033. In that case, you've been charged with 2 counts of possession of dangerous weapon, second degree felony. One's a second degree, one's a third degree. They're related allegations 5 and 6. 2 counts of possession of controlled substance, third degree felony, related allegations 7 and 8. Unlawful acquire, possess, transfer financial card, third degree felony. I think there's 5 counts of that, which is allegations 9 through 13. Unlawfully possessed ID of another, Class A number, related allegation 14. Another possession of controlled substance, marijuana spice, Class B, related to 15. And then a use or possession of drug paraphernalia, number 16. Several of those are, as you're aware, of potential board jurisdictions. So all likelihood, we're going to continue the hearing today, pending adjudication of those. I am going to note also for the record that we're currently scheduled for the next court appearance, preliminary waiver on 2/10/2025. Does that sound accurate?
I guess.
Did you go to court the other day?
I did not go to court the other day. I know I have a court hearing, but.
Okay, it looks like maybe they've reset it to February 10th will be your next court appearance, okay? All right. Ms. Conyers, at this point, is he willing to waive formal reading and prepared enter pleas at this time?
We will waive reading at this time. We'll enter denials. I don't actually have the updated warrant request, but I was listening and I did hear that there are pending charges. So at this time, we'll enter denials for all of them. Let's continue for 90 days so that Mr. Knowles can finish those cases. And then Mr. Knowles, once you're done with all of your pending charges, all your pending cases, please let the board know so that we can get you back on this calendar.
Okay, can I ask one question? I don't know if it's appropriate or not. I know on my blue packet, since I have mental health problems and drug, whatever, I'm trying to get, I qualify for mental health. I'm trying to get into that. Would be willing to kind of work with mental health. Try to figure that out. I don't know if it's an appropriate question for you to answer right now, honestly.
Yeah, and I have to tell you, Mr. Knowles, that you seem like your audio is breaking up a little bit, so I'm not sure I fully heard your question. I heard, is it treatment related? Because if so, we probably should wait to talk about that until whatever hearing comes next, once these charges are adjudicated, okay?
Yeah, it's just mental health court, but they wouldn't accept me unless the board was willing to let me go into mental health.
Yeah, and that can be difficult because the board really is not going to do anything regarding your violation until those charges are adjudicated. So kind of gets in a little bit of a standoff, you know. But really, what we're going to do today is, as Ms. Conyers indicated, is continue the hearing pending adjudication of those charges. I guess if the court or your attorney or the prosecutor want to reach out to the board, there could be a discussion, but that wouldn't be initiated by the board. Okay?
Okay, so my attorney could initiate a conversation between the board and
They can if they want to try and contact the board, for sure. And then just so I know, just to confirm, Mr. Knowles, it is your desire to enter denials at this time, correct?
yes, sir.
All right, I'll accept those then. And as Ms. Conyers indicated, we'll continue the hearing pending adjudication of those charges. And as she said, go ahead and write to the board. Whenever they're done, no matter what happens in court, let us know and we'll get you scheduled for whatever hearing's appropriate at that time. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Is there a number I can get a hold of her?
Yes, I can give you one.
Yeah, I'm gonna, Mr. Knowles, before you do that, I'm gonna go ahead and conclude the hearing, okay?
Sorry.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
And sir, if you don't have something to write it down,
The time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Brock Simmons. Your number is 243-393. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Simmons, my name is Brett Varles. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to note for the record that Agent Schilling is not present today. She may have been confused because I excused her from a prior hearing, so she may have thought I also excused her from this one. So if she does join us, I'll acknowledge her later and swear her in and take testimony if she wants to. But for now, we're going to go ahead and proceed since we're at your hearing time, okay?
Okay.
All right, so if you will, please raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Couple of things. Again, I don't have any way of seeing whether someone is watching the video, but to your family, if they are watching, we welcome them and glad they're able to see and support you. So couple of procedural things, questions for you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing today?
Yes.
Okay. And you received your disclosure packet, had a chance
Yes.
to look over that and speak with the board attorney. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And any questions that you have about that information?
No.
Okay. I will note and ask you there, the board received several emails, several letters from your family members that came in after that packet was provided to you.
Yeah.
I think our staff sent those. Did you get those copies?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that, what that means is then is you have basically everything that the board has and will potentially review to make a decision in your case. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There are a total of 3 allegations we're going to be dealing with today. I'm going to note for the record, you did have pending criminal charges in the St. George District Court. They were in case number 241502116. In that case, you had a fail to stop that third degree felony that was dismissed with prejudice. That was related to allegation number 2. You had a reckless driving class B that was also dismissed with prejudice. You had a driving on suspended or revoked license class C that was dismissed with prejudice. And then you had a disorderly conduct infraction that you pleaded guilty to on January 8th. I don't show that that's directly related to an allegation. You had a DUI class B misdemeanor where you pleaded guilty. That was related to allegation number 1. And then you had a possession of controlled substance, marijuana spice, class B. You also pleaded guilty to that, and I didn't see where that was directly associated with an allegation. You were sentenced to jail, 12 months court probation. I think it's 2 days of jail, given credit for time served, and you were fined. Does all that sound accurate?
Yeah, and they assign me classes to do whenever I get out, which I'll happily do.
Yeah, that was part of your court probation, as I understand it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm going to take judicial notice of those convictions that I noted, particularly the related to allegation number 1, attach it to that. Ms. Conyers is be willing to waive formal reading and enter pleas at this time?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading, and we can enter some pleas. Number 1, we'll admit you already took judicial notice of that DUI that attached from that case, and he will admit number 3 as well. Number 2, we were going to ask to enter a denial on strike as the closest charge to evading was dismissed for plea in that case. So we're hoping that, I know Agent Schilling isn't here to address that, but I'm hoping that the board will consider doing that.
Okay, I'm gonna note and to you, Mr. Simmons, let me summarize. You're going to admit allegation number 1, and again, as Ms. Conyers indicated, I took judicial notice of that conviction. You're also going to admit allegation number 3, and then you're going to deny allegation 2 based on it being dismissed in court. And then we're going to motion and present to the board that you would like to dismiss allegation number 2. Does that all that sound accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll accept your pleas, and based on those pleas and the conviction I noted, recommend to the board that your parole of June 4th, 2024 be revoked. Just one last piece of information before I move on to Ms. Conyers' comments. The board, it's possible that the board could deny that motion to dismiss, and set an evidentiary hearing on it. But you know, given the fact that it was dismissed in court, again, I'm not going to stop the proceedings today. I'm going to present that and then ultimately leave it to the board to decide that. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you to speak on his behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons, and I did have a good conversation on Monday. He is asking for 180 days, and with the credit for the 3 months, he's approximate 3 months that he served, I guess that would be yesterday. And then another opportunity at parole. This would be a second parole if granted that opportunity. Plans to return to live with his mom in the southern Utah area and continue doing his treatment in Hurricane. He also will be doing a landscaping business with his mom. So pretty much trying to get back to what he had built beforehand. To help him avoid future problems, he was taking CPT, cognitive behavioral therapy classes in custody, and it sounds like he's learned some good skills and coping mechanisms so that we can avoid situations like this November 4th arrest. So that's his request at this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Simmons, anything you want to say to myself or the board?
I just want, like, I know this was a big mistake. Like, this is really eating at me and my family. You know, it was a bad situation. I turned it into more, but like, I take full accountability for what happened. Like, I messed up bad, you know, but I've also made for about 2 years now, I made a lot of changes and like in a positive way. You know, I dropped out of the gang a year ago, and while I was out, I was going to work and I was paying for my own tattoo removal and removing gang tattoos off my face and off my body. I had no contact with them. I was checking in with my PO, always on time. I was doing all my treatment classes. I never missed a treatment class. I haven't had any write-ups in 2 years. I started this business with my mom, and I was going to work like 6 days a week. Whenever she needed me, I was always there. You know, and then I'm in pop, you know, I haven't had any write-ups in a long time. Like, I've been doing good. Like, before I was in the gang, I was doing messed up stuff, you know, and I dropped out. I didn't want to be seen as a negative person anymore. And I worked really hard, and it's been really nice, you know, to get to know my family and be out and, you know, not have that negative impact and be seen that way anymore, you know. And my whole family just like was super proud of me, like saying like I was such a positive, like, role model and person in their lives, you know, and anytime anybody needed me, I was there, you know. And I just feel like I did a lot. I've come a long way, you know. I made this mistake. I messed up bad, but I just would like some recognition for how far I've come since 2 years ago or whatever, you know. I made a lot of good changes. I feel like, you know. I also went and signed up yesterday for impact of crime, COVE-7 and anger management classes too, which I'll start attending. And yeah, that's all I really want to say. I just would like that to be noticed, because I've been really working hard on changing myself, you know. I made a mistake, and it sucks that this has to be like this right now.
And I'll definitely, you know, pass on the comments you made, and the letters and emails that I talked about earlier. I will say they're supportive, and they talked about many things you talked about, and you know, what you said. I mean, undoubtedly, this was a big mistake. It's probably, one thing I would ask you to think about, it's more than a big mistake. It's a decision that you made for whatever reason that resulted in a criminal conviction, that when you're on parole, you know, that can have significant consequences. And I'm going to say this, and I don't want you to think I'm, you know, necessarily saying I think this is what's going to happen, but the mentality you need to have out there in light of all those positive changes you're talking about is, if for any reason you choose to make a poor decision like this and drink and you know, bring yourself to the attention of law enforcement and, you know, pick up a DUI, and I know it's dismissed, but the fleeing part of this, those are things that could ultimately have you spending the rest of your sentence in prison, right?
Yeah, no, I know.
You don't want that, do you?
No.
When do you have to make those? When do you have to make those decisions? Before you start drinking, right. So, you know, again, you didn't put yourself in a good situation. You know, the board takes DUI behavior very serious. You know, there could be, you know, as you know, it's ultimately up to the board to decide, you know, how much time you're going to serve. There's already been a consequence for that decision, right? You've been in there for a while.
Yeah, no, and
Yeah.
I already know that I'm probably gonna get public safety, but I feel like 6 more months is reasonable. You know, oh man, I just feel, I don't know.
Well,
I just feel
and
like I would
what
lose more than I would gain
Sure.
doing more time than that in here, you know? My mom needs
understand.
me out there. I don't know, people just need me out there. I wanna be out there, but
Sure.
I
Absolutely,
know.
absolutely understand that. And once again, you know, Brock, you're sitting there now, and when is the time to think about those things? Like we just
Before.
talked about, right? Before you make those. So, you know, again, there's, what I would tell you is the same thing I tell a lot of individuals that I have these conversations with during hearings is, you know, now, you know, you only have so much control over what happens from that point where you made that decision to now. Hope for the best, prepare for, you know, have two plans. If someone comes and says, hey, you get a parole date soon, you got a plan for that. If it takes a little longer, you know, you have a plan for that, and really just go from there and really address the issues and don't put yourself in this situation again, right?
Yes, sir.
What's it going to take for you to do that, do you think?
I don't know. I never want to touch alcohol again. I know that. I think I know that, you know.
So tell me
Been doing these classes.
Tell me
Been doing these classes.
tell me
and then,
what happened that day that led you to drinking.
It was my dad's birthday.
Okay.
My dad's birthday, and we were drinking for his birthday, and then, you know how people start getting crazy when they drink, you know, and something was said, and then there was an argument, you know, and it turned into me getting into that car and going home, you know, and I just should have.
So,
Oh man, I should have just not got in that car or anything, you know.
should have not been drinking, right?
Yeah, no, that definitely. But I'm saying you know, well, drinking too. I should have never been driving or anything. You know, I could have killed somebody. You know, it's horrible.
Okay, I mean, you can't turn back the clock and change it. I'm sure you would if you could. You can learn from it, and if you're given another chance at parole, you can not make that same decision. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Couple of quick questions. Do you have any significant mental health issues that you think would contribute to you struggling on parole?
No, sir.
Okay. Physical health issues, same thing would cause any issues?
No, sir.
All right. And you've talked quite a bit about your release plan to return to Southern Utah, and would like to do well on parole. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want the board to know before we conclude the hearing?
No, I think I said everything. I made sure I wrote everything down so I could tell you.
Okay. All right. Ultimately today, Mr. Simmons, I'm going to take your case under advisement. I'll write up my report, get it to the board quickly, probably at least by the end of this week. Generally speaking, we'll tell people 2 to 4 weeks, but I would think more than likely you'll probably know sooner than that what the board's decision is. If you do have friends or family that are watching, if they want to watch the board's website, as soon as that decision is entered into our system, it will be available for them to see, and they could potentially let you know. You should get written notification, but sometimes it can have a quicker through families. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nothing
thank you.
further. That'll conclude the hearing. Good luck to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Brett, on this next one, Mr. Vaughn may or may not show up. He told me I could handle it. I just don't know what to
Okay.
do.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Thomas Vaughn. Your number is 22449, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Vaughn, my name is Brett Varles. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I may be taking testimony from you and Agent Ben Rowley, so I'm going to swear you both in. If you'll both raise your right hand, please. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you both. All right, Mr. Vaughn, did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing today?
Yes, sir.
All right, and did you receive your disclosure packet and had a chance to review that information and speak with the board attorney?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Do you have any questions regarding that information?
No, sir.
All right, and for the record, there were no reports or information that came into the board since you received that packet of information. So what you have right now is what the board has and would potentially be using to make a decision in your case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, there are a total of 9 allegations we'll be dealing with today. Before I take these to those, I'm going to note you do have pending criminal charges right now. They're in the 5th District Cedar Court. Case number is 241500735. In that case, you've been charged with DUI, third-degree felony. It's related to allegation number 1. Failure to remain at accident involving serious injury, third-degree felony, related to allegation 2. Assault on a peace officer, say misdemeanor. I don't see that that's directly associated with an allegation. Then a driving on denied license, Class C, related to number 6. Operating a vehicle without insurance, Class C, related to number 7. And then failure to register or expired vehicle registration infraction, related to allegation number 3. I show that you're currently scheduled for a waiver hearing on February 26, 2025. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As you're probably aware, several of those pending charges are of potential board jurisdiction. So in all likelihood today, this hearing is going to be continued pending adjudication of those charges. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. For now, Ms. Conyers, is he willing to waive formal reading? Prepared to enter, please.
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading, and we're not prepared to enter, please. We will enter denials at this time and ask to make a motion to continue for 60 days so that those charges can be resolved.
All right. Mr. Vaughn, is that your desire to enter denials to all the allegations at this time with the understanding that as I and Ms. Conyers talked about, we're going to continue the parole violation process pending adjudication of those charges?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, I'll accept those denials, report them to the board. As we've talked about, we'll continue the hearing. I would encourage you are going to be the first to know when those charges are done, however they're done, right? Because you should be in court. I would encourage you to write to the board when they're done and let us know that they're done, and we can get you, that way we can get you scheduled for whatever hearing is appropriate, okay?
Yes, sir, I will do that.
Very good. Any other questions you have, or Agent Rowley?
Nothing for me.
Okay. Anything for you, Mr. Vaughn?
No, sir.
Very good. That'll conclude the hearing then. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Kate, we'll see you back here in a little bit, huh? All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Michael Witham. Your number is 247561, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, Mr. Witham, my name is Brett Varles. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'll be taking testimony from you and Agent Brandon Voyle, so I'll need to swear you both in. You both raise your right hand, please. Swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, thank you both. All right, Mr. Witham, did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
All right, and did you receive your disclosure packet and had a chance to look over that and speak with Board Attorney, Ms. Conyers, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, do you have any questions regarding the information in the packet you received?
No, I don't.
All right, and for the record, there were no reports or information that came into the board after you received your packet, so what you have in your possession is what the board has and will be using to make a decision, okay?
Okay.
All right, total of 3 allegations we'll be dealing with today. Ms. Conyers, is he willing to waive reading? Prepare dinner, please.
Yes, he is willing to waive reading, and he will admit to all 3 of the allegations.
All right, thank you. Mr. Witham, that is your desire to enter admissions to all 3 of the allegations?
Yes.
All right, I will accept them, and based on them, I'll recommend to the board that your parole of August 27th, 2024 be revoked. With that, Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you to speak on his behalf.
Thank you. So Mr. Witham and I just discussed, and he is asking for 90 days with credit for the 2.5 months he's been in custody and another opportunity at parole. This would be his 3rd parole if granted that opportunity. He is very fortunate, has some really amazing family members who are helping him so that he can transition and get back on track with AP&P. He's looking into a couple different opportunities of where he could, different apartments in which he can live in Salt Lake City. He plans to do his SOTP at Alpha Counseling. His mom, who has his power of attorney, and or other family members are going to make sure that he can go right to Alpha when he's released. There are a couple places that sounds like he'll be able to work, either the refinery in North Salt Lake or at a, I think he said Myers Meats. A couple things that will help him be more successful. We talked about getting, instead of relying on maybe an old phone that may have some old pictures on it, which could cause him problems, he's going to make sure to get a brand new phone and a flip phone so that he doesn't run into some of these problems. It sounds like he may have had some agreements with a prior agent that he didn't have with Agent Voiles about what may or may not be okay, specifically with contact and pictures of family members. With this new phone, that shouldn't be a problem. And then he's going to make sure that he fully understands what the rules and regulations are for him and his special conditions, and make sure that if there's any question whatsoever, that he's very communicative with his agent. And finally, it sounds like he got some really great skills, the mental health skills through Nancy, who is sometimes at the, I'm confused where she is now, but I think she's at TCTC now. And he intends to look her up and see if he can get engaged with some of the classes and resources that she can provide, as he really appreciated the help that she's been able to give him previously. So it sounds like with everything he has going on, he is planning on being successful and hopes that the board will give him this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Agent Voiles, I'll turn the time over to you.
Yeah, so this is Michael's 2nd parole opportunity. His first parole, he violated for essentially the same thing, having victim contact. Based on that, AP&P would recommend a public safety exception and that he serve 180 days before given another parole opportunity.
All right, thank you. Mr. Witham, anything you want to say to myself or the board? If you're talking, I can't hear you, so your microphone may have died. I don't know if the officers can switch that out. It's not just me, right? Nobody else can hear him?
No.
Okay.
That's right. I can't hear him. Although I could
We'll
have.
pause just for a minute. We'll pause for a minute and see if they can.
Can you hear me
work
now?
on your microphone. Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay, yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to apologize to the board for me having to sit in front of you again and making the same mistake over again and dropping the ball. And I also want to apologize to Agent Boyles for not communicating with him like I have before with previous APNP agents. And I just made a big mistake, and I should have came forth with him and seen what he wanted of me, but I made the wrong decision and went off track and thought everything was okay when it wasn't.
So tell me, I guess my main, as I prepare for the hearing, my main concern is, tell me how that happened. How do you get off track? How do you not understand your parole conditions when this is the second time now? You know, you've basically engaged, as Agent Boyle said, in the same behavior.
The part that I was confused about is when I first got there, I talked to Sergeant Justice, because he was my agent first, and asked him what he wanted of me, and I said okay, and I talked to him about Sarah and communicating with her, and he had no problem. It's just not talking with the kids, just phone call or text. But instead of coming to Voiles after my case was handed off to him, I just assumed that it would transfer over and everything was going to be okay when it wasn't. When I should have asked Agent Voiles what he specifically wanted instead of what Justice wanted, and then just moving forward with that.
I mean, communication is the key, right?
Yes, and I failed on that one.
And in your circumstance, if with the type of commitment offense you have, the type of expiration that you have, that you know what it is.
Yes.
You know, the mindset that you need to have, or I would suggest that you have, is that every decision you make when you're out there, you have to, you know, ask yourself, hey, how does this impact my parole? Am I complying with my parole? Because the potential outcome, if you fail to do so, which, you know, what you've done twice now,
yes,
the consequences could be very, very severe, right?
Yes.
It goes without saying, and I don't say this to, you know, to threaten you in any way, but the reality is, if anybody who has, you know, an expiration date of a life sentence, if you fail to comply with your parole opportunities granted to you by the board, that ultimately you could spend the rest of your life in prison. Undoubtedly, you don't want to do that, right?
No, I do not.
Okay. You have to factor that into every decision you make, and I'm going to suggest to you that treatment needs to be a priority for you too when you get out there, to get that set up and get involved. I mean, it sounds like you're making plans to do that with Alpha,
yes,
but you don't want to have any delay in doing that. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any mental health problems you have that might interfere with parole?
No, I've actually been participating in mental health more here than I have been before. And like I said, when I was out this last time too, when I was at TC, that I was interacting with Nancy a lot more and was able to get a lot more help.
Okay. Well, you know, participating in that, just classes, meetings, are you taking medications, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I was just regularly meetings with her and then medications, just trying to see what worked best for me. And there's some that worked better than others, but for circumstances, I can't have them in here. So,
okay,
but I'm doing the best I can with what is offered in here.
Yeah, very good. All right. Do you have any physical health issues that might interfere with parole?
No.
Okay. And you talked about your release plans. You're going to try and arrange to live up in the Salt Lake area. Is that sound accurate?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want myself or the board to know?
That I'm truly sorry for failing a second time. And I hope I can get a third and final chance.
You've talked about a lot of things that you plan to do. The reality for anybody who's been granted parole is that at the end of the day, you got to go out and do it, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take your case under advisement. As you're probably aware, as you've been through this before, we don't necessarily make a recommendation during the hearing. I'll prepare my report, get it to the board probably pretty quickly, and by probably early next week, you should know what the board's decision is. We will say 2 to 4 weeks, just so we don't set the expectation too high, but, and if you have friends or family that want to watch the board's website, as soon as the decision is entered into the system, it'll be available on our website. You'll get
Okay.
written notification, but that can take a little longer. Okay?
Okay,
Okay, if nothing further, that'll conclude the hearing. Good luck to you.
all right, thank you.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Kate.
Yep.
Good to see
Thank
you.
you, boys.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks. Great to see you, Brett. See you next time.
See ya.
All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in to You Have a Collect Call From. This hearing has come to an end. I'm going to go ahead and cut the stream. I'm going to go ahead and start up a new stream of Connecticut, the ones from earlier this morning. Appreciate you guys tuning in. And like I said on here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it lights out. And want that, we are out a rato.